of dollars compared to a new vehicle. Most certified pre-owned vehicles offer a limited bumper-to-bumper coverage and limited powertrain coverage on top of new vehicle warranty. These vehicles have undergone rigorous inspection and come with a vehicle history report and maintenance history. So if you want true confidence, Trapp's got it at Trapp Chevrolet in Houma.
Will I ever see my family again? Do they even remember I'm here? I feel so alone. Do any of these thoughts sound familiar to you? If so, you are not alone. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority offers support, counseling, and treatment geared at helping you where you are right now in the midst of this pandemic and your own personal crisis. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority, helping people, changing lives.
Whether it's price, service, or selection, you gotta come to A.J. Doman Chevrolet. It's our model year-end clearance event. The 22s are arriving, and we gotta make room for them. Can't find the car you're looking for? Let us order it for you.
And remember, no credit, bad credit, we can help.
A.J. Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge.
Give us a call today or visit us online at ajdomanchevy.com. A.J. Doman Chevrolet, the dealership that works for you. Highway 182 in Berwick.
No law degree, no amount of experience can supersede the compassion that our firm gives to its clients.
One of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
We try to carry those values that we've learned at home into the practice of law. And every client that walks through our door gets 100 years experience when they visit us.
Waits and Downer. When you walk in our door, you're part of our family.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you are in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area. So stop by Big Wheels Travel Center, where everyone's a winner.
Everybody, welcome into Going Public. I'm Harry McCullough. Today we are joined by David Rabelais. He's the Executive Director of the Terrebonne Port Commission. Hey, Dave, thanks so much for being with us. Hey, it's 2 months now. It's down the road, Hurricane Ida, but we're all still recovering. We're all in different degrees of recovery here. So where are we at with the port post-hurricane?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to start by going back to before the hurricane, and we're going to catch up to where we are today. So we staged NOAA in the port. They had two vessels and the equipment with side scan sonar. And immediately after the storm cleared up, they went out and they started doing the side scan sonar in the Houma Nav to check for obstructions. They found some. They found 30 of them. You can't open the channel until all of that's cleared. So they identified 30 of them. We got with the Corps. They came in with a spread on a barge and a crane and a tugboat, and they started removing them. And within 3.5 weeks to 4 weeks, it was all done. We had all the obstructions removed. And the captain of the port, Captain Russell, with the Coast Guard, he was able to open the channel.
Yeah, and they did a great job, and I know you had prepared for that beforehand and almost had those guys on standby to get them going. You're talking about 30 obstructions. That could be anything from a boat to a crab trap, but is that something they have to do all year long? How does that work?
Well, after a storm they do it. And then if anybody reports something, then they'll go out and check it and see what it is. But normally it's just after a storm. to find these obstructions.
Right, because they don't have to shut down the HNC every time they find.
And we don't want to confuse that with the hydrograph survey that surveys the bottom to see how much silt we have, and it's totally different than the side scan sonar. So. So once they finished with the side scan sonar, the captain of the port was able to open it, and then we got the hydro survey, so we knew how much material we had, and then we still waiting on the dredge, but it's right around the corner, so we'll get to that in a little bit.
I got you. So the storm impact, the Bayou Large and the Homenav swing bridge, how did they survive the storm, and are they ready to go?
Well, they both rode it out flawlessly. Everything was great until a day and a half later, and they had about a 1-inch rain, and the bridge houses that house all of the electronic equipment that operate the bridges had roof damage, and the roofs leaked when we got that rain, and it messed up the electronics in both the bridges. So we had to go for 3 or 4 days with limping on these bridges. Some days it wasn't opening at all. Some days it were opening once. And it was a lot of boats needed to get out, and a lot of traffic needed to pass. Like we talked about before, we had all the linemen, we had all the the rescues, and everybody was on the road. Everybody coming back in to look at their houses. They had a lot of people it was like not joyriding, but just sightseeing. Let's call it. And so it was a lot of traffic, and then we had the DOTD had to deal with it, and they did it, and I commend them for it. So
yeah, they did a great job to getting that back. I mean, like I say, when you lose all electronics like that, that's not something you can just run down to.
That's correct.
And
Walmart, nothing was open anyway.
I was about to say it wasn't like anything was open.
Yeah.
But they did a good job of fixing that and getting that up for both boat and for vehicle traffic.
That's right. It's critical. It's critical. I mean, you can have emergencies. On land, and you got to get across the bridge, and with the bridges in those situations, it was touch and go, So
well, we saw that down in Lafitte. I think this is the second storm in a row that they've had a barge hit their bridge,
right?
And then they had people actually cut off that had to ferry across. And so when you're talking about ambulances or in this case linemen, those kind of things, it can really they like I say, they did a wonderful job to get that back up and running.
And also the other problem we had with the Homenav was the floodgates.
Right.
The floodgates took a 150 mile an hour north wind for 4 or 5 hours, and they weren't designed for that. They were designed to catch stuff from the south, water and everything else, and they actually damaged them. They had to remove the Bubba Dove, and I think one other one, and bring it into a shipyard, get it repaired, and bring it back. It broke the hinges on the Bubba Dove. What happened was the north wind piled up the water on the inside against the Bubba Dove. The Bubba Dove is 25 feet high, okay? Right. So it took all the water out of the lakes and bayous and just piled it all up against that floodgate, and the floodgate finally couldn't take it anymore, and the differential, which the height of the water on the inside versus the height of the water on the outside, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like bad. It was like 9 feet plus 9 on the inside, and it was like a -3 on the outside. Okay, right. So it was crazy. And when it finally broke, all that water rushed out at one time and dug a 50-foot hole in the Homenav right south of the floodgate. So if you're looking for deep water, right there south of the floodgate, they had to come back in and put rocks and stuff in it because it was a deep hole, and they didn't want it to undermine the structure itself. So, but that's what went on, and a lot of people didn't realize that, and it was like we didn't know if another storm was coming. In the past, we've had one and another one knocking at the door a week later, and we had all these gates taken off. It was crazy, but like I said, Levee District took the bull by the horns. They did what they had to do, and they got them back in working order.
Well, we're in November now, so hopefully, and we've had storms in November, but hopefully we don't have to deal with that. So what's the present status right now of the HNC, the Homo Navigation?
So now the bridges are both operating at 100%. The present status of the HNC, as of September 25th, 2021, MSIB 35-21, the captain of the port set port condition normal with restrictions placed on the intercoastal and Bayou Lafourche only. The Homenav Navigation Canal is open, 24/7 operation. The Homer Navigation Canal bridge schedules can be found on the DOT website for the bridges. So the captain of the port on September 25th opened the Homer Nav and deemed the conditions normal. Now, we did get another, and so like I said, there was restrictions on the ICWW and on Bayou Lafourche, and those restrictions, they come on and they go off. They come on depending on where they're working and what they're doing. I just received one today that I want to read to while we're on the air, and this is temporary Bayou Lafourche waterway closure. Mariners are advised that on Thursday, November 4th, which is tomorrow, next day after tomorrow, and Friday, November 5th, Bayou Lafourche will be closed from Haviland Canal to approximately 1,000 yards north of Port Fourchon's flotation canal. The closures to facilitate some safe salvage operations. They're going to have divers in the water. So they're asking mariners to be advised that they will close the waterway temporarily on those 2 days.
Haviland Canal, are you familiar with
That's
this? Is that north of Leeville, below Leeville? Where is that at?
It comes out below Leeville.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So this is not that far of it.
No,
of
right.
a closure.
Right.
But yeah, man, that place, they really got whacked by the storm.
Oh, it's bad, man. I mean,
Sure,
they
they
like I
have some
said,
degree.
they had 170 mile an hour sustained winds in Fourchon. We had maybe 140 here.
Right.
And they had those gusts up to 225 miles an hour that they actually measured one. So it was pretty bad.
Yeah, so maintenance dredging and that kind of stuff from the impacts of Hurricane Ida, is that something they need to start doing?
Yeah, so what we did was, the Corps received $12.3 million last month for maintenance dredging required due to Hurricane Ida. The contract for the bay dredging was awarded to Weeks Marine last July. And based on a preliminary post-Ida surveys, we have almost 500,000 cubic yards of material that we're going to have to remove out of the bay. The Corps is negotiating with Weeks to add that additional material to the existing contract that they have now. So they demobed. They started in July, the hurricane, they demobed. They're still not back on the job yet. The dredge that was on the job got commandeered by the Corps because they had some issues in the intercoastal. So that one, we lost out dredge. So now they're coming back with a bigger dredge, which is even better because now they'll be able to do the bay and Cat Island Pass, which I'm going to explain in a second. So they going to add that, let's say around 500,000 cubic yards to the existing contract that they already had in place. All right, it's a 30-inch dredge. It's called the Elfson. I don't know how to spell it. Anyway,
yeah.
And the dredge is scheduled to arrive between November 7th and the 13th, so right around the corner. And they expect it to be complete in the bay by mid-January. All right. The balance of the 12.3 will be used to fund Cat Island Pass dredging. The Corps intends to amend a bid specification that's already been advertised. So there's a bid on the streets right now, and they just have to amend it to focus it strictly on Cat Island Pass. And so they're talking about getting having a bid opening within 45 days. Okay, so that they got to give them time to put the prices together. So if they bid opening in 45 days, and they potentially could award it within another 30. And if it's Weeks, they'll just continue to go straight on out and get in the Cat Island Pass and finish the whole thing. If it's not Weeks that wins that, which I would be surprised if it's not. But if it is not, then we could get them both done simultaneously. Right. We don't know, but that's the game plan.
And that would be great, and that could also reduce some costs, right?
Well,
mobilization and stuff.
No, it won't. I mean, they're going to pay mobilization to this new contract. Right. Whether it's Weeks or a new contractor. Weeks will probably charge less on the mobilization because they're already there. A new company coming in, a contractor, they're going to charge a lot. So that's why Weeks has the advantage.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. So, yeah, that'll be a good deal. And if we can get them both at one time, that would be awesome. All right, David, we'll take a break. We'll be back with more Going Public right after this.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
Offering historic values for good quality vehicles. As many of you know, we are facing unprecedented times. As an industry leader in South Louisiana, Trav Cadillac Chevrolet is not able to meet all inventory needs for our current market. We need more inventory, and that's good news for you. Come see our friendly staff at Trav Cadillac Chevrolet.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South's Ambulatory Surgery Center offers patients advanced and innovative outpatient procedures using the latest technology and treatment options. The first of its kind in the region, this center provides our patients and their families with high-quality care in a convenient, comfortable, and safe environment at a lower cost. Trust your care to the cardiovascular care team you know and love at CIS. Learn more at cardio.com.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
We have big news here at Terrebonne Ford.
You can now get a $1,000 auto bonus cash when you order a new Ford.
This means you get to design the new Ford that you want. Color, trim, options, you design it the way you want it.
And your new Ford will get priority in the building process, so you get your new Ford sooner.
Plus 1,000 order bonus cash. Order online at terrebonneford.com or come see us at Terrebonne Ford in Houma.
A new company with a lot of history. GIS Engineering has rapidly grown its brand around an experienced team of professionals. GIS Engineering is a full-service planning, engineering, procurement, and construction management company specializing in coastal protection and restoration, upstream and downstream industrial, and transportation infrastructure projects. Putting people first, GIS Engineering, a new company with a lot of history.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to Going Public. David Ravelet is here, of course, the port director of the Terrebonne Port Commission. So, Dave, thanks for being here. We were talking about Cat Island Pass and the dredging, the $12.3 million that they've got there, new contracts that could be simultaneously working. So, could work in our favor there.
Yeah, so just to recap, so the balance of the $12.3 million, the first part of it will be for the bay, and the balance of whatever's left over will be used to clean out Cat Island Pass. There's a bid on the streets for that dredging, and if Weeks gets that that one, they already have the bay, they get that one, and it makes it, they can roll right into it. If not, another contractor will get it, and we'll just have to see how that pans out.
Right.
But, we could see some, because of the combined contract, we could see some reduced mobilization costs, especially if Weeks Marine bids on it and gets it, because their mobilization is going to be lower just because they're out there. So and the Corps expects the funding on hand will fully cover the bay and bar, which is the $12 million, not Cat Island Pass, but I think we'll have some left over to do that. And then for fiscal year 22, which is we just started in October. We scheduled to receive another $12.5 million. This would be used for HNC inland dredging and for more bay dredging after next year's hurricane season.
Yeah, it's real interesting. And times a year, does that make any difference at all? Obviously, the water levels are higher or lower. Does that make any difference to these contractors when they're doing a dredging? What time of year it is?
Yeah, it does, because during the wintertime you tend to have more volatile weather. Those fronts come in, and in the summertime pattern, go 2 or 3 weeks, you might not have any change in weather other than thunderstorms.
Right.
Okay, so and at different times it is a little different. Water level does make a little difference, but I think the weather makes a bigger difference than the water level. The wind,
Right.
that's what gets them.
Yeah, when you're pushing water out, as we talked about with Ida, when you get a north wind as opposed to a continuous south wind. I was just wondering if that made any difference. So let's talk about something we always talk about. Rocks adjacent to Timberlake Island, and a lot of folks probably don't understand why we want to have rocks all the way out on this channel, but it's because of the way the currents work, right?
Yeah. We have a predominant east-west current, and the Barrier Islands, Timberlake Island, they all migrate to the west, and they're actually falling in the channel. So that's a big part of what we have to dredge every year. Putting rocks on the east side, especially adjacent to Timberlake, would hopefully keep the island from moving and keep it intact. And it would, I think, there's other extra added benefits just from thinking about it. The fact that it stays in one place, it'll be cheaper to maintain it. The rocks would create a shoal on the inside of them, on the east side lobe of the bay. It could totally close that side of the bay. It'd make a good fishing area.
Sure.
And it would make our industry a lot more confident. Okay, boats would come in, they wouldn't have to check every time and say, well, we can't get in this time. I mean, the depth would be maintained, and that would be the huge win for us.
Yeah, we've seen it. If you've ever been on a cruise out of Miami, there's rocks going all the way down.
Oh, yeah.
There's certain areas like that have these rocks and these jetties, and strictly for that point, so they don't have to do it over and over.
Right.
And over
So if you have a channel in a bay the bay's 12 feet deep, you have a channel. So we dig a little 3-foot trench. Now we got a 15-foot channel going through the bay. Okay, well, that little channel, without rocks to protect it, it just continues to self-level. It continues to go back to 12 feet. And then it takes all of that sediment that's coming from the east, and it dumps it in the channel as well. So that's why it self-levels, and it's just bad. That's why you have jetties, any channel coming out of the continental United States into the Gulf of Mexico is what they call guide jetties, to help guide the channel out into the deeper water, because until you get, you want to dredge it, but if it's not naturally the depth that you dredge it, and you don't have rocks, it's going to silt in, it's going to fill in. Right. So
a one-time cost may save money in the long run, for sure.
And so the Corps actually curved the channel to the west 5 or 6 times over the past 10, 15 years to get to deeper water, because the deeper water's on the west side, and it allows them to do less dredging, because we're always looking at budgets. But we curved it so much, I don't think we can curve it anymore, So we have to start thinking about.
We're going to be going back up north.
Yes, right. So we have to have a more reliable depth for our industry.
Right.
So if people don't understand what I just talked about, go to my website, terreboneport.com. There's a video on my homepage, and 5 minutes it explains it. We've showed it on this show, and we might show it again another time, but I don't have it today. But it's a good video that gives you a good visual of what's going on.
Right.
So
Hey, something interesting. You're on a panel now. The governor has asked you to a panel on energy, wind energy, and could that be something that we see in the Gulf? These big turbines out there that we see on the East Coast, and like I've been to Denmark, they're all over the place. So is that something we may see down here? So
Governor Edwards launched a task force to look into to study the pros and cons of wind energy in the Gulf of Mexico. I wasn't involved in the study per se to tell you how much wind we're going to have, and all. I'm looking at it from more of a port director, and my focus is economics, jobs, and so I have to look at it from that angle. So my opinion on wind energy is multifaceted. First, you need to put everything in a proper perspective. The energy consumed by the world in cars and automobiles and heating their houses is made from hydrocarbons extracted from the earth. They're also used as stock, hydrocarbons is also used as stock material in chemical plants to make everyday items like plastics, fabrics, and solar panels, okay? So the energy has to be separated in those two components, the one that powers your cars and heats, and the one that's used for the chemical plants. So when we talk about wind energy or any kind of green energy, we're only supplementing the part that we use for cars and automobiles, and not all the stuff that's used for the chemical plants, because
every plastic.
You can't. I mean, that's what they use. That's what they make it out of. And
cell phones.
Exactly, everything. So that's the first thing you have to kind of situate in your mind. Okay. And so the intent of the energy, the wind energy, is to supplement the energy consumed by the world, but will have no effect on hydrocarbon demand from chemical plants. Okay? The technology is still in its infant stage. Windmills they're building today are extremely large. I don't know if you've saw some of those things, but they're huge. Okay? And as port director, like I just said, my focus centers around the economy and jobs. Terrebonne has pioneered marine fabrication and repair for many markets around the world. Generations of fabrication in this region has developed a skill set recognized as the best in the world, and we are, okay? There are many marine vessels, new construction and repair companies in Terrebonne. These fabrication companies have been the major employers of this region for generations with trained workforces of expert fabricators, expert boat captains, ABS crewmen, expert offshore construction superintendents. The fabrication expertise in Terrebonne is second to none. To build, install, and operate a wind energy farm in the Gulf of Mexico, it will take fabricators and marine vessels with capable crew members. Simple. Simple.
Yeah.
Simple. So we have platforms that already exist out there. We have the technology to build them and to set them
all down here.
And you know, our fabricators are best in the world. So we're strategically positioned to do this wind energy if that's what they decide to do. But keep in mind that it's not going to do away with the oil and gas industry. I mean, it's never going to happen. I don't think it'll happen in our lifetimes. Okay, so the percentage of the electricity that these wind energy farms contribute is such a small percentage compared to the whole. Now, the focus is going to be on how can we technology advance these apparatuses to make them smaller and more efficient, make a lot of electricity, so that eventually you can eat up a lot of that we use on automobiles. But it's going to take a long time, and they're going to have some big breakthroughs in the technology because it's not there yet. But it will be. I mean, it's going to be. One day it's going to be here. So either we embrace it and mold it to what we want, okay, or let them overrun us and just do what they want. So I think it's best that we promote our fabrication. I mean, these guys build bridge girders. They build wind energy form stuff. They build wave energy form stuff. They build vessels for the Corps of Engineers, for NOAA, for on and on and on, Coast Guard. So they're good at fabricating. It doesn't matter what it is.
The best. You're right.
Okay?
As you said, the best in the world. And look, there was a lot of like Gulf Island, those types of companies that were going up the East Coast and trying to get involved with some of these platforms that some of these things were on. So it'd be a natural fit for us.
So these companies have survived by learning how to adapt and diversify depending on the fabrication demand. Some of these companies have been actively bidding on wind energy components destined for the East and West Coasts. Again, Terrebonne has expert fabricators. With all this information digested, I will give you my opinion on wind energy. I love the environment as much as anyone, and I welcome anything within reason that will eliminate pollution, okay?
Yeah.
But you're not going to do away with the oil and gas industry, so because we need all of our stuff. So
we don't live in a
So I welcome any energy to set up shop in Terrebonne and create jobs and economic well-being. Doesn't matter what you want to build, we can build it.
That's right.
All right, so.
Yeah, it's all about energy. With David Rabelais, thank you so much, Executive Director of the Terrebonne Port Commission. We appreciate your time, man. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back with more Bayou Time right after this.
Pain-free with good health is what you deserve. The Headache and Pain Center can make that happen.
By coming to the Headache and Pain Center, I'm pain-free now and allow me to compete in Ironman competitions.
Helping you back to a pain-free life is what we do at the Headache and Pain Center.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South's Ambulatory Surgery Center offers patients advanced and innovative outpatient procedures using the latest technology and treatment options. The first of its kind in the region, this center provides our patients and their families with high-quality care in a convenient, comfortable, and safe environment at a lower cost. Trust your care to the cardiovascular care team you know and love at CIS. Learn more at cardio.com.
U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
Here's to the straggly ones, the first ones. But hey, I look good with this ones. The black, brown, red, and gray ones. The itchy ones. The ones grown by Dad. The ones grown for Dad. The I nearly didn't do it this year ones. And the absolutely filthy ones. They all raise awareness, raise funds, start conversations, and save lives. Because whatever you grow will save a bro. Learn more at Movember.com.
Broussard Dove handles business and residential hurricane claims. We have over 14 years experience dealing with insurance claims for hurricanes with proven results. We handled hurricane claims before Hurricane Ida and will be here for years to come after. We've recovered millions for business owners and homeowners. So if you need help with your hurricane claim, let us fight for you. Go to our website and fill out a form for a free claim review or give us a call. Broussard Dove, attorneys at law.
Pain-free with good health is what you deserve. The Headache and Pain Center can make that happen.
By coming to the Headache and Pain Center, I'm pain-free now and allow me to compete in Ironman competitions.
Helping you back to a pain-free life is what we do at the Headache and Pain Center.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Bayou Time. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside, licensed clinical social worker. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Always glad to try and catch up with Danny Pico, chairman over at Terrebonne Patriots. And Danny, it's just one of those things I always love being able to talk with you a little bit about all the things that you do for the veterans. But man, what y'all do for the Wounded Warriors is something special. We haven't been able to talk for a little time now, but back in June, y'all were able to do that fishing tournament.
Yes, sir.
And that's a really big deal. I mean, we talk about how special that is and the impact that it has. Tell us a little bit about how it went and how special that was.
Well, the Wounded Warriors came in on a Wednesday of June. I think it was the first weekend in June. It was raining in that season, if y'all remember right.
I do.
Pouring down every day. Well, it came to the morning. We went fishing at Pointe-aux-Chenes. We gathered them up on the buses at 3 o'clock in the morning. Pouring down rain. They never complained. They got on the buses. We got down to our fishing grounds, pouring down rain. We stayed there for about 2.5 hours delay, hoping for the weather would break. Well, it didn't break that much. Put them in all the boats. They took off, and they went out there for 3.5 hours. And when they came back in the pouring down rain, I said, man, we're going to have some complaints today. They were smiling. They were so happy. They're just wonderful people to bring to Houma, Louisiana. And their deal on Houma, Louisiana is they love Terrebonne Parish. There's no place that they can go in the United States of America that they enjoy more than coming to Houma, Louisiana. With how we welcome them, how the people reach out to us. We had more people reaching out to us this year than we ever had before on donating stuff, and I just throw one of them out there. Rouse's Supermarket furnished all the boat stuff to go out fishing. When I'm talking about all the food, everything, ice chests, everything. We used it. We ate sandwiches and potato chips and soft drinks in the pouring down rain, and it was just a wonderful trip, Keith.
Well, you know, very often they say, you know, a bad day fishing is better than a good day working.
Yes, sir.
But even when it comes to serving those wounded warriors and being able to provide for them who have done such a service to our country and dedicated themselves, being able to serve them, quite frankly, I'm sure they didn't care that it was raining. They were out fishing and just enjoying all the love and support that Terrebonne Parish, like you said, can provide for them.
Yes, sir. Their deal was they left on a Sunday morning, most of them, and they said when they left, boy, Danny, we on the list already for next year. And then, you know what happened then. COVID set in, the storm set in, and it's been a nightmare ever since.
It's been challenging, I know, but there were some people that really did their part, that kind of went above and beyond, even putting themselves secondary to make sure that the wounded warriors had a good time. Huh?
Right. I'll just tell you a little bit about one.
Okay.
I call him my hero.
Okay.
Timmy Fonge's is where we go at Pointe-aux-Chenes to go fishing, and all the boats are sitting there and everything is there. His mother had a nice camp, I call it, a home.
Right.
And on the Monday morning after the tournament was over with, got a phone call. She was in the hospital. And I said, what's going on? So I started inquiring.
Right.
She knew she had cancer. It came back on her. And his mother didn't tell the sons, didn't tell the daughters, didn't tell anybody about it, because she wanted the wounded warriors to be at her place to have a weekend of fishing. And that is a hero. And all the wounded warriors know this. So in the next few months, we are trying, and we don't know if we'll get it put together, trying to help them put that place back together. I got a bunch of wounded warriors that's already volunteered their time to come to Houma, Louisiana to help Miss Margaret Bill back.
Well, and you know, it's just one of those things that echoes how important when you ask for help, and you do that very genuinely, because you do as much work for this, I will tell you, more work than anybody else for these wounded warriors, for this fishing tournament. We know the work that you put in. For you to be able to kind of be blown away by a heroic effort by somebody else, it just echoes the support and the care that our community has for these wounded warriors.
Yes, sir. The community welcomes the wounded warriors. I mean, they roll out the red carpet for them. You know, and
it doesn't matter if the carpet's wet, right?
No, it didn't matter because the carpet was wet.
That's right.
Let's put it to you this way. We were at the Ramada, and we bring big tents in to have a seafood bowl after the Saturday night.
Right.
It was raining so hard that night we couldn't get outside. So the Ramada Inn says, y'all going to have it in the big banquet rooms.
Wow.
So we had all the seafood, and people like the Shack, Doug and them, helped us out with the boiling of the seafood. The Ramada staff, not charging a nickel for anything, helped us serve. And, you know, matter of fact, Martin came over and filmed it all for us.
Yep.
You know,
and which we always appreciate. Look, you know, he is one of the most dedicated people as a business owner here in town, and somebody with HTV. He honors and respects our veterans. It's always very important to him. And I'm so very glad that there are a lot of people that do that. Like you said, Rouse's and Ramada, and those people that really step up to help make that event very, very special for those wounded warriors.
Definitely. And that night we celebrated a bunch of people who have passed on, veterans passed on. One of them was Martin's dad.
Yep.
And I will tell you this.
Mr. Eugene.
I was the one that read it for his little speech I had for him. I couldn't talk. I cried to know how much that man meant to me, and how Martin is standing there and saying, you know.
Yeah, how special that was.
Sir.
And that's a really big deal. And so that's a big deal. And so, Danny, it's an honor for you to be able to do that for Mr. Eugene, who's a celebrated veteran here, and we wish the Foss family well with that as well. Danny, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the challenges that you guys are facing, not only with getting services, but all of these challenges here with COVID and with the storm. We'll talk about that and a lot more when we come back, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, don't go anywhere. A whole lot more with Danny Piku with Terrebonne Patriots. We'll be right back.
Hi folks, Chris Morales with Terrebonne Lincoln. Lincoln is pulling out all the stops when you place an order for your new Lincoln. You will get your first month payment on Lincoln. That's right, get payment assistance for your first month on your new Lincoln. Why wait for inventory? Design the new Lincoln that you want, from color to trim to options. Plus, your new Lincoln will get priority in the building process. So come get your first month on Lincoln and order your new Lincoln at Terrebonne Lincoln in Houma, or shop online at terrebonnelincoln.com.
Bacteria and germs run rampant in the air that surrounds us. It's more important than ever to keep our surroundings clean. Introducing BioPure. Specializing in commercial and residential disinfection applications, BioPure's advanced treatment process allows them to disinfect more surfaces quickly and effectively, with no inconvenience to staff or family members. Let BioPure help you create a better environment for everyone. Call for your free consultation today at 985-322-3003.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Alford, your host for To Your Health with Terrebonne General Health System. Our weekly show provides the latest in healthcare specialties only offered by Terrebonne General. Join us each Wednesday at 7 p.m. to stay up to date with the latest innovations in health. Terrebonne General provides healthcare breakthroughs in cardiology, cancer care, women's health, health and wellness, and much more. You don't want to miss our next To Your Health. See you then.
If your child is suffering from recurrent croupy cough, bronchitis, reactive airway, or persistent asthma that's difficult to control, please listen carefully. Your child may be suffering from adenoid sinus bronchial asthma syndrome, as we now know that undetected or uncontrolled infection in the upper airway can affect the lower respiratory tract. If this is happening to your child, please call us for an evaluation.
Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find a vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Houma, and always remember,
it's better at Barker.
Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. Again, your host Keith Whiteside. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. However you may be joining us, we are so very glad that you're tuning in. Always very glad to have with me Mr. Danny Pico, who is the chairman of Terrebonne Patriots and providing services to our veterans in the area. And I know it's been a challenge, but you know, we're talking a little bit about the fishing tournament and all of the wonderful help and support. But you know, when we're dealing with COVID and still trying to do those things, and y'all were able to do that, which was awesome to be able to handle that and do that through COVID, through rain, with all the support. And then after COVID, we get this basically a Category 5 storm that comes through. And people who are in town have had damage and had lots of damage, but boy, some of the people down the bayou, they really got hit hard. You had mentioned the fungi and their marina. It got wiped out.
Completely wiped out, completely. If you would go to Pointe-aux-Chenes and you would see it, you see stuff on the news, you see Martin interviewing people from on the bayous, and you see the attitude that they have, all positive. And the fungi family, all they're talking about right now is, Danny, how are we going to do this Wounded Warrior deal? I said, man, I don't know. Don't worry about it. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And here they are fighting because they have no place to, you know, no camp, no nothing. But I guarantee you, by next year, we got plans to maybe see if we can help these people down this bayou and put this thing together, because these Wounded Warriors look forward to coming down to Miss Margaret and Mr. Tim and them's place. And I said, I salute Mr. Tim and his family for what they're doing for us.
Well, you know, it's a real tribute to them. It's interesting. It's the same focus that Miss Margaret had that no matter what's going on with me, I'm going to get my stuff taken care of, but I'm going to wait and do it after. And then the Wounded Warriors hear about the impact of Ida and how it impacted Pointe-au-Tremble, how it impacted the Fungi family, and now they want to start giving back.
Right.
It's as important to them as it was to Miss Margaret. That's that shared perspective about how our veterans are honored here in our area and how you and your team serve them, and always trying to find ways to do that.
Definitely. Look, I have our organization, when you're talking about it, everybody thinks we got 100 people working for us. We got a handful of people that work for us.
Right.
And these handful of people work. I got 3 of them right now that their homes are completely gone. It rained so much, trees went through roofs, evacuating. When I'm saying evacuating Homer, they're here in Homer, trying to help. But they have jobs too every day to try to pay their bills so they can stay in Homer, Louisiana.
Right.
So my hat goes off to these people. Yes, I am retired. But my wife asks us this question: my God, Danny, you give more to this community than I ever seen in my life. Mm-hmm. You don't stay home. You go take care of your friends. That's just the way I'm built.
Yeah, it's just who you are.
I don't know what else to say, Keith.
Well, I do, and that's thank you. Because it's the dedicated people like you that are fighting through all of these situations with COVID, fighting through all of these, the aftermath of the hurricane with damages to homes and difficulty. And they're just doing everything they can to keep things moving and making sure that we're taking care of our veterans, taking care of our wounded warriors, taking care of the people that have lost more than we have. And that's what this community is about.
Yes, it is.
Staying positive and working together. We've seen so many stories. And like you said, Martin's done a fabulous job at going out to find what's really happening for people so that we know what the reality is about what people need. Some of the needs assessment that they're doing in the area to find out what we need to do, what the parish is doing to help make sure that those funds are taken care of and help them with that.
I tell you what, everybody in Terrebonne Parish area and the Lafourche area has been over backwards to help each other out. This is a community that works together. I don't know if the rest of the world or the United States have people like we have down here. But to offer your neighbor, you got some roof damage, we coming over next door. And they got as much roof damage as you do. And working together, we're going to make this world go. And Keith, I'm so proud to be part of the Terrebonne Patriots. Sometimes I say, Danny, you got to go. You got to get out of here. And I look at it and I say, no, Danny, you stand.
Yeah. Well, and we appreciate that. Can we talk about anything that y'all are looking forward to? We always want to be able to look forward to stuff. Is there some things that we're trying to work on or plan here in this last minute and a half?
I tell you what, we are planning on having the Wounded Warrior Weekend again this year, the first weekend. I think it's the first weekend in June. I'll give dates later.
Right.
With no place to give it. But with the attitude that the Wounded Warriors have, the attitude that the Fungi family has, and the attitude of the Terrebonne Patriots, we're going to make this happen in Terrebonne Parish. And we just hope that we don't have anything else that hits us this year. And I'll be honest with you, I was down for 2 weeks with COVID, okay?
Right. I remember.
I had it lightly. My wife had it lightly. But I take it at heart. This was a disease that killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I just want to say thank you, Jesus, for taking care of us.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of people that haven't had that good outcome. And COVID is very real. We need to continue to respect it, continue to make sure that we're working through whatever it is that we're proposing to do things for our veterans, do things for people, that we're doing that in an environment that's safe. And so that's important for us to be able to consider doing that. And so when you get a firsthand experience like that, it's kind of humbling, huh?
It is. It opens your eyes and say, hey, it's real.
Yeah. Well, Danny, I know in our community, Terrebonne and Lafourche parishes, we certainly respect and honor our veterans. We appreciate what you do to help take care of them. I'm really excited about what the Fungi family and their perspective is about making sure that the Wounded Warrior Project continues with the fishing rodeo. And I can't thank you enough for coming on to talk to us about it today.
We really appreciate being here.
All right. Again, that's Danny Piku with Terrebonne Patriots and all that they do for our veterans. Don't go anywhere. A whole lot more local programming when we continue.
Broussard Dove handles business and residential hurricane claims. We have over 14 years experience dealing with insurance claims for hurricanes with proven results. We handled hurricane claims before Hurricane Ida and will be here for years to come after. We've recovered millions for business owners and homeowners. So if you need help with your hurricane claim, let us fight for you. Go to our website and fill out a form for a free claim review or give us a call. Broussard Dove, attorneys at law.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we support our neighbors, the organizers, the helpers, the leaders, the dreamers. We support those that move our community forward. Louisiana has grown from the dedication, commitment, and loyalty of the people who call this beautiful place home. We are proud to offer our services to the communities in South Louisiana. South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Instead of using prescription opioids to treat pain, it's time to consider other options. There are effective treatments available like acupuncture, nerve block therapy, and electrical nerve stimulation that can reduce your pain, get you back on your feet, and not put you at risk of becoming addicted. For more information or to get help with an addiction, visit opioidhelpla.org.
Leg pain, swelling, or ulcers can be signs of vascular disease in the legs. This lack of blood flow can lead to amputation if not treated. Varicose or spider veins may also be signs of venous disease and are more than just a cosmetic problem. Trust the most advanced team of leg pain specialists at Cardiovascular Institute of the South to reopen blockages in the legs and offer minimally invasive in-clinic vein treatments. If you experience leg pain, swelling, or have visible veins, schedule an appointment with us today at cardio.com.
Here's to the straggly ones, the first ones. The hey, I look good with this ones. The black, brown, red, and gray ones. The itchy ones. The ones grown by Dad. The ones grown for Dad. The I nearly didn't do it this year ones. And the absolutely filthy ones. They all raise awareness, raise funds, start conversations, and save lives. Because whatever you grow will save a bro. Learn more at Movember.com.
Looking for complete peace of mind when buying your next pre-owned vehicle? Trep's got it. Why buy a Trep Chevrolet GM certified pre-owned vehicle? You could save thousands of dollars compared to a new vehicle. Most certified pre-owned vehicles offer a limited bumper-to-bumper coverage and limited powertrain coverage on top of new vehicle warranty. These vehicles have undergone rigorous inspection and come with a vehicle history report and maintenance history. So if you want true confidence, Trep's got it at Trep Chevrolet in Houma.
Everybody, welcome back to Bayou Time. Harry McCullough here. We're talking fundraiser time. One of the big fundraisers for the St. Matthew's Church and School is a big fish fry and, well, actually fishing tournament with a gumbo cook-off. And here to talk about it, Chrissy Trusclair. Thank you so much for being here, Chrissy.
Thank you.
This is a big one for y'all, right? A couple of times a year y'all try to have fundraisers, but this is one of y'all bigger ones, huh?
Correct. This is one of the two largest fundraisers that St. Matthew's School relies on.
So tell me a little bit about it. So how's it all start? It's going to be this Friday, which is November 5th.
Correct.
And tell me about the day. And there's a lot of festivities planned, right?
There are, and it's in segments. So you can choose to fish the fishing rodeo and compete with other anglers. And you can start fishing anywhere in Louisiana. All state rules apply as early as daybreak or wherever the fishing is allowed in your individual area. And then you can turn in the fish at school between 4 and 6.
So they don't have to come by boat, obviously.
They don't.
They
so
have to come,
because there's saltwater and freshwater categories, we wanted a centralized location that made it easier for, our fishermen that fish Cocodrie or Dulac, and then even the ones in the Bayou Black area or, wherever they choose to fish. Centralized location to turn the fish in, and then you weigh them in, whatever your fish is, you bring them back home with you, so there's no mess at the school as far as that's concerned. And then we have a really big after party as well, and the after party starts as early as 3:30 because we want to let whatever kids are at school leave, and we'll have music, we'll have food, we'll have snowballs, a couple of other little surprises in there that I don't want to, let it all out at one time. So, some things you have to come to be a part of. And then if you buy an angler ticket, that ticket includes door prizes and the after party. If you just want to come for the after party, no door prizes, no competition for the fishing, it's $10 to get in. Beverages, alcohol, food, snowballs, all that is additional charges. But our vendors are very generous in the fact that they'll give us a portion of the proceeds afterwards. And then a separate cutout of the day is also, we're doing a gumbo. It's not a cook-off. It's just a lunch. So we have a lot of local businesses that want something different to eat, and as some of
It's fall, it's getting cool.
It's fall, everybody loves gumbo, and a lot of our restaurants still aren't open. So, and a lot of us don't have a long lunch break. So for $10, you can buy a ticket and you can come pick up your gumbo that day. But if your office orders 10 or more gumbos, we'll deliver it to your office within Homa.
Right. Well, and look, this is not a buffet, all you can eat. We're not, it's not a feed trough. You're helping the school, right? So everybody come and be ready to go and donate a bunch of money for the school.
Oh, we'll find a way to get some money if you attend.
Yeah. So no, it's a great idea. So the gumbo will start on Friday, and I guess from 11 to 1 is when you pick that up. And then as we're doing it, the music will start 3:30 to 5. The fish will weigh in 4 to 6, and then live music at 5 o'clock too. So that's awesome too. So let's talk about the fishing rodeo a little bit. So you can fish anywhere, and how many categories of fish?
She has my paper.
Yeah.
I think there's 5 or 6. So you can have, there's redfish, there's drum, yes, and then there's bass, but then there's also like a 3-string panfish.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make it friendly, especially, for the little ones who catch perch, or the older ones that may also only catch perch.
Sure. No, that's great. And look, we've all heard about, fishing guys catch a big blue tuna, and then have to get to Gulf Shores, right? It's none of that. It's all fun. It's all community-based, all for the school, and it's a great fundraiser.
And it's all inshore fishing. So it's mainly like redfish, drum, speckled trout, all the things that we prefer to eat.
Yeah, don't show up with a big old marlin or anything, because we're not going to do that. Here's the category. So adults are redfish, over and under 27 feet, speckled trout, black drum, largest bass, and then 3, as you were saying, the 3-fish stringer for sockeye, perch, goggle eye, blue runners, bluegill. No catfish.
No catfish.
Yeah, nobody wants to deal with that. So this is good.
Because we have an after party afterwards, and we really don't want anybody to have catfish slime on them or smell like catfish.
Right, no doubt. So let's just talk a little bit more about fundraising and how big this is. Because, look, St. Matthews is not part of a big diocese. You don't have a huge, you said probably about 100 students. So that means a couple hundred parents. And it's not a huge, but there are demands that you need to be met. And these kind of fundraisers are a good way to raise money for the school.
Absolutely. We get no state funding. We get no funding from any type of diocese. So all funding comes either from tuition or from our fundraisers. And this is a way to provide a fun event for the community without hitting our parents up again for the same dollars. We don't want to increase tuition. We don't want to always go to the same donor. So it's a fun party that we could all have a good time at.
Yeah, and we were talking to November 5th. It wasn't a scheduled date, right?
No. November 5th is our backup date. We were originally scheduled for just after Hurricane Ida. And then when Ida hit, we had to come up with a backup plan. And generally, it's a 2-day event, but with the state of mind of everybody, we just wanted to have one good day and not overly exhaust our parents or our families or even our community.
Oh, without a doubt. Everybody's got 2 jobs right now. They're picking up from the storm and trying to get their regular life back in order. So I do think people are ready to get out and about, right? I saw it at the Saints game this weekend. It seems like people are ready to get out a little bit.
Yes, and hopefully Homa's right alongside with them and ready to have a good time.
I think it's a great idea, man. It's going to be cool this weekend. We get a little front coming through here, a little gumbo, a little fishing. It should be a great time. Christy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's Christy Trosclair with St. Matthew's Church. We'll be right back with more Bayou Time after this.
It's a great time to get into a new Kia at Barker Kia. Drive home a new 2022 Kia Soul for just $189 a month. That's right, $189 a month puts you into a new 2022 Kia Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the linear accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
Renee is not an influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker. Just look at the way she's reshaping and reimagining her 4-acre slice of heaven. It's not hard to tell she's the real deal. Renee runs with us on a John Deere 1 Series tractor, because out here, you can't fake a job well done. Nothing runs like a Deere.
West Park Climate Controlled Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secured climate-controlled storage. Open 7 days a week with professional storage counselors to assist with all of your storage needs.
I'm Tammy. Come see us at West Park Storage for all your packing and storage needs.
Hi, I'm Kelly. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access.
Hi, I'm Tricia, the manager of West Park Storage, and we would like to thank you for 16 years of great service, and we hope to provide many, many more.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, insurance companies may try to pay you much less than your losses or even deny your claim altogether. St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest Duval are partnering together to help you during this difficult time. Our hurricane insurance recovery attorneys will fight for you and your loved ones. Go to myidaclaim.com for your free case review today. Never give up because your insurance company has denied your claim, and never accept a lowball offer. Let St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest Duval help you weather the storm. Visit myidaclaim.com today.
It's a great time to get into a new Kia at Barker Kia. Drive home a new 2022 Kia Soul for just $189 a month. That's right, $189 a month puts you into a new 2022 Kia Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online.
One of the scribes came up to Jesus and asked him, "Which is the first of all the commandments?" Jesus replied, "The first is this, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is Lord alone. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. And the second is this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. There is no other commandment greater than these." The scribe said to him, "Well said, teacher. You are right in saying, He is the one, and there is no other than He. And to love Him with all your heart, with all your understanding, with all your strength, and to love your neighbors yourself is worth more than all burnt offerings and sacrifices." And when Jesus saw that he answered with understanding, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." And no one dared to ask him any more questions. Hello and welcome to Close to Walk Catholic Communications. I'm Father Byron, your host, and we're glad that you can join us. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. I don't know if I know what that means. I really don't know if I know what that means. I know what the concept is. Okay, I'm not. I'm thick, but I'm not that thick. I know what they're saying. I'm not really sure if I sat here and said, okay, this is exactly what it means. You get up in the morning, you do this, that, and the other. When you do this, you think of that. When you do this, you think of that. When you do, I don't know to say to love the Lord with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, and with all your strength. To me, it's asking for an ever-present God consciousness, okay? And, now, that may be a good explanation, but explain me, Lucy. I don't know what that means. An ever-present God consciousness. And that is part of that means that I have to look at me and see that I am who I am by the grace of God. I am who I am in the sight of God. Nothing more, nothing less. And when I start to think of that, it's really interesting. I look at my life as being very blessed. I think an absolutely wonderful family. My father's deceased, my mother's sick. My brothers and sisters and I love each other. We're very close. If they've got something, it's mine. If I've got something, it's theirs. I'm blessed. I am so very blessed to have the family that I have. Now, I look at each one of them as a gift from God. I really do. Their love, their understanding, their generosity to me, that's what God is. That's what God does. That's how God cares for his people. I look at the gift of priesthood and I think, man, if you're all knowing and all powerful, couldn't you get someone a lot more qualified and a lot holier than me? I mean, no, he chose me. I believe that with all my heart. Why he chose me, warts and all, it's a gift. It's a gift. When I stand at the altar of God and say, take this, for this is my body, and eat of it, and take this and drink this, for this is my blood, and I imitate the gift that God gave to the world, thinking, man, it doesn't get any better than that. You don't get any more blessed than that. And so in my mind, I think every encounter in life has got to include God. We've recently had a rash of few people kind of terrorizing the office area, lying, swiping stuff, doing, and they're very open about it. And I have to deal with them. I'm not real sure I'm God conscious when I'm dealing with them, because I'm aggravated. I tried to help them, but that didn't. Whatever help you gave wasn't nearly as much as what they stole. And I'm aggravated. And I don't think I, at this point, approach them with God consciousness. I think I, approach them like a gnat. They're just here to aggravate me, okay? And so that challenge in life to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. So then I go to him and I try and talk. Nothing but one excuse after the other. Nothing but one lie after the other. Nothing but this is why they won't get a job. And hey, everybody knows. Anybody wants a job today, you can get 5 of them wherever you go. The workforce is so depleted. no, it's not good enough for him. He deserves better. And I'm going, you know, man, you're going around and you say you're hungry and you're begging for food, but you're not going to work. And that's where this God consciousness, that's where it gets pretty sticky. You know, loving the concept of God, understanding God's creation, understanding God's miracle, understanding God's mercy, God's compassion, God's forgiveness, that works pretty good. You know, and as a priest, people who are hurting and everything, I can bring that in God's name. Mercy, compassion, care, I can bring that. But then it says, love your neighbor as yourself. I got news for you. And I think we all know them. When they die, you're going to have to bury them 9 feet deep, because deep down they're really good, but on the outside, they're not showing you much. They can be pretty aggravating. They can be pretty challenging. And that's where I struggle to see this person is made in the image and likeness of God. You know, we've had a rash of attacks on Catholic churches, and one recently in Denver, and, you know, it's my womb and my choice, and, you know, painted what would have been the area of the Blessed Mother's womb red, bloody, and I go, wait a minute. I'm really struggling here to love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind, with all your strength, and your neighbors yourself. I really struggle with that. And I'm not sure in this segment, by the time we're through, I'm going to give you the solution to it. But those are the times where, probably more than ever, that God consciousness needs to bring me to prayer, needs me to bring me to prayer with certain people that I have to deal with on somewhat of a regular basis. And you deal with those people and you say, well, I don't see it. I'm not feeling godlike. I'm not feeling that God is watching over this situation. And that's what we need to pray for. And that's a challenge in all of our lives. Loving the concept of God's mercy and his wisdom and his goodness and his creation, but learning how to deal with that with other people. One of the things I think we all have to overcome is looking at external prejudices. I'm gonna tell a story on myself. I was at an international religious conference on human trafficking. We were in the lobby of the hotel waiting to drive to the Vatican. And here is this Muslim guy, the black turban and the gray flowing gown and everything like that, you know. And I had just seen something about this guy, al-Baghdadi, who was, you know, the big terrorist and everything. And this guy was dressed just like him. And I said, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. And I walked up to him and introduced myself. He was the Grand Imam of Lebanon. And my family is from Lebanon. And when I told him that, you know, my family was Lebanese, the hug and the kiss and, oh, please come, you know, you come visit us, we take care of you, we show you Lebanon, we do this, we do that. And I had looked at him on the outside and said, that's how terrorists dress. That's what I said. That's where I struggle. People can look, the way people are dressed, where their tattoos are, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. And we come to conclusions in our own heart about Well, they must be, and you can fill in the quote, but a lot of us have those innate prejudices because of their color, the way they dress, their country of origin, whatever. We've already decided they're not as good as we are. That's the first thing we need to do. And love your neighbors yourself. The fact that there's some people who don't respond to God's gifts and God's graces and make it very difficult to deal with them, those people, we pray our way through it. But to take someone and just think they're outside of God's love because of where they were born, what their religious beliefs are, what their country of origin is, it's so wrong. It is so wrong. And that's the thing that I offer for you as hope. That made in the image and likeness of God. How can I tell God I love him, but I don't like any of these kids of his? I can't do that. I walk up to a married couple and say, I think y'all are so great. I'd love to be good friends, but keep your kids away from me because I don't like them. What? How do we say we love God? And that's the challenge. And I haven't figured it all out yet. Not sure I will. But the challenge for all of us is not to allow any of the externals to keep us from loving and recognizing God in the face of every human being we meet. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment. When Jesus saw the crowds, he went up the mountain, and after he sat down, his disciples came to him. He began to teach them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the land. Blessed are they who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be satisfied. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the clean of heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for the sake of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they insult you and persecute you and utter every kind of slander against you falsely because of me. Rejoice and be glad, for your reward will be great in heaven. Hello and welcome back to Closer Walk Catholic Communications. I'm Father Bayer, your host, and we're glad that you can join us. All Saints Day, the people blessed among us. One of the comedians that I think is really funny and has a keen insight into human nature is a guy by the name of Jeff Foxworthy. And he's got this whole series, You Might Be a Redneck If. But one of the things that he says that I think is so funny is if you preface something with bless their heart, it sounds like you're being kind. And so, bless their heart, they're just so ugly. It sounds like you're being kind because you said, bless your heart as a preface to it, Bless your heart, you're just so dumb, aren't you, And whenever I read the Beatitudes, part of that reminds me when our Lord talks about the blessed. And most of us, blessed are you who are meek, who mourn, who hunger and thirst for righteousness, are merciful, clean of heart, persecuted for the sake of righteousness. I'm going, well, if that's the list of blessings, do you have another option here? Because I don't think that really is what we're talking about. But as we celebrate All Saints Day, one of my great quotes that I read was Saints were sinners just like us who kept trying. And I love the quote that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. On this day, which we traditionally recognize, remember, and pray for our beloved deceased, it's really, really important that we understand what made them holy. And I'm convinced that there are many, many people who are saints and live saintly lives, and they will never ever be recognized by the Roman calendar, but they're going to be recognized in the hearts and the minds of people that they've loved and people that they've left behind. And I think that understanding of true holiness, and when I think of a saint, and if you say, well, what are the characteristics of a saint? Aside from having a true personal relationship with God and desiring to be pleasing in God, in the sight of God, I think when we talk about a saint, we talk about someone who has selflessness, that they're the ones who are always the last. There's a great story told by a guy named Ben Vereen. People of a certain age will remember the movie Roots, the television movie Roots. And Ben Vereen is the guy who played Chicken George. And he was talking about growing up. And he said, they really were poor. And his mother was able to afford a donut, stale donut every morning that she cut into 3 for his brothers and sisters. And so each one of them would eat their third of the donut. And they'd say, Mama, but what about you? She said, don't worry, baby, I ate the donut whole. And, it was those are the people who have lived in our lives, who've been part of our lives, who have made this tremendous, tremendous impact on us by their selflessness. When I was a young priest, I became friends with a retired priest by the name of Monsignor Irving de Blanc. And Monsignor Irving de Blanc was one of these people that when you were in the room, you were the most important person in the room. All he could talk about was you and your wonderful gifts and abilities or efforts or whatever it was. I later came to find out when he died, he was nationally recognized, did most of the work in the 1960s on marriage and family life, but he never talked about him. He talked about me. He talked about you. He talked about us. He wanted us to feel better about ourselves because he was around. And those are the people who I think in the course of our lives have made tremendous differences. And we look at things like, and I'll never forget this couple. And they lived, kind of out in the woods. And there was this little 3-room house. He was a carpenter, but there was a 3-room house where he raised 9 children, and his 9th child was born with some physical birth defects, which meant that child never walked or talked or got dressed on its own. And they kept him in that house till he was 17 years old when he died. And going to visit him at home. It's an old wooden house, and he was a master carpenter, but all the boards didn't even match in his own home. So, and in the summertime, the heat came through. In the wintertime, the cold came through. And all he could say was, you know, I hope we did the best we could. God has been so good to me, allowing me to raise 9 kids and 8 of them to live. And I'm so proud that I was able to keep a roof over their head and my children never went hungry. Those are the saints among us. Those are the people that we have lived all of our lives seeing, and unfortunately, a lot of us had to get a lot older before we could understand it. I've oftentimes talked about my grandmother, my Lebanese grandmother, where we ate lunch every Saturday, but she would always walk up to me and pat my stomach and go, "Smallah." I thought smallah meant fat, okay? But smallah means God's blessings. She would pat me on the belly and say, "Oh, you're so healthy. God has blessed you." Yeah, I'm healthy, Mommy. And, you know, and she was the one that when she died, I was one of her 16 grandchildren. We all got to go to the house to get something out of her house. And one of my cousins walks in, and of course, like I said, we had lunch every Saturday day, and it was, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 people, who knows. My cousin walked in, he said, "I want to get that pot that she cooked the rice in that's about this big and serves 40 people, okay?" He said, "It was the damnedest thing. I don't care how many people came, there was always enough." And, you know, she was the one that, you know, she had a daughter who was a nun. And she said, you know, she said, "Mama told me I was beautiful for so long, I actually started to believe it." You know, like she said, I really wasn't, but she kept telling me I was. And those are the people. Those are the people that we honor today, that long gone, they've died and they've gone before us. But had it not been for them, had it not been for their life, had it not been for their example, I don't know where I'd be today. And I doubt those of you listening to this broadcast would be where you are. And one of the things that always I think is very necessary to say for those of us who are blessed to have this wonderful living example of holiness and unselfishness, for those of us who are this blessed, we have the responsibility to make sure the next generation has that same example. They didn't give us these blessings and these examples so that we could be spoiled and think more of ourselves than oftentimes we should. They gave us this example so that we could not only honor their memory, but we could continue their legacy by imitating their example and passing it on to the next generation. For all the holy men and women who may or may not be declared saints in the sight of the church, we give thanks to Almighty God for giving us someone to make us the people we are. And let us all pray for the strength to be able to pass that example on. God bless you, and may each day bring you closer in your walk with the Lord.
Pain-free with good health is what you deserve. The Headache and Pain Center can make that happen.
By coming to the Headache and Pain Center, I'm pain-free now and allow me to compete in Ironman competitions.
Helping you back to a pain-free life is what we do at the Headache and Pain Center.
Looking for complete peace of mind when buying your next pre-owned vehicle? Trep's got it. Why buy a Trep Chevrolet GM certified pre-owned vehicle? You could save thousands of dollars compared to a new vehicle. Most certified pre-owned vehicles offer a limited bumper-to-bumper coverage and limited powertrain coverage on top of new vehicle warranty. These vehicles have undergone rigorous inspection and come with a vehicle history report and maintenance history. So if you want true confidence, Trep's got it at Trep Chevrolet in Houma.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Louisiana broadcasters are looking for the best of the best, announcing the 2022 LAB Broadcast Scholarship Program. 2 $2,000 scholarships are available to Louisiana broadcasting students to help enhance or put the finishing touches on an education and career in broadcast. For complete details, stop by this station, call 1-800-364-7260, or go to www.broadcasters.org. Deadline for entries January 28, 2022. The Louisiana Association of Broadcasters Scholarship Program. Good for you, good for us, great for Louisiana.
HTV would like to inform all of you that Friday night sports game highlights will no longer air on Friday nights. HTV will choose 3 games per week, and those highlights will be featured on our Sports in the Bayou program that will air Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Join Bobby Hebert, Mike Detillier, Rich Marty, Stan Gravois, Harry McCullough, Dr. Pat Hagan, and Martin False as they bring you all of the Saints, LSU, Nickel State, and high school highlights on a weekly basis.
Leg pain, swelling, or ulcers can be signs of vascular disease in the legs. This lack of blood flow can lead to amputation if not treated. Varicose or spider veins may also be signs of venous disease and are more than just a cosmetic problem. Trust the most advanced team of leg pain specialists at Cardiovascular Institute of the South to reopen blockages in the legs and offer minimally invasive in-clinic vein treatments. If you experience leg pain, swelling, or have visible veins, schedule an appointment with us today at cardio.com.
Pain-free with good health is what you deserve. The Headache and Pain Center can make that happen.
By coming to the Headache and Pain Center, I'm pain-free now and allow me to compete in Ironman competitions.
Helping you back to a pain-free life is what we do at the Headache and Pain Center.
Bayou Time Sports is brought to you by Terrebonne General Health System's Community Sports Institute in conjunction with Barker Honda.
We're going to start Trevor. Taysom's playing in this game, and we've had a good week of practice.
And Sean, what do you think that the last couple of years, whether it's been Drew getting hurt and Teddy coming in, Taysom coming in, Trevor coming in last week, that y'all have been able to kind of withstand some of the ups and downs of that position, injuries, all that stuff?
I think the consistent thing is, number one, I think we've got a pretty good team, playing good defense, and we're rushing the ball pretty well. And so I think the 2 best allies for a quarterback are, a running game and good defense. It's hard playing that position if you're not playing good defense, and it's hard playing that position if you can't run the football.
Well, you guys have also invested in the people who are backing up your starter too the last couple of years. I mean,
yeah.
Teddy started games. And
look, you have to feel like there's someone that you can win games with if there's a change because of injury, and the same thing applies to safety or corner. I mean, you want to, obviously we're looking for depth, but I think that's important.
Sean, what's the key to manufacturing yards after catch? I know that's something James said he was working on.
From a passing standpoint,
yeah.
Well, look, yards after catch from a quarterback standpoint is location. Are you keeping them on stride, or are you making them turn? So accuracy can lead to more yak. inaccuracy can prevent that. You know, if you're having to like jump for a ball, then your feet aren't on the ground. You know what I mean? So your ball location can help with that.
Sean, all the players pretty much expressed confidence in Trevor when we spoke to them yesterday. Obviously, we're not at practice. How have you seen him kind of take command of the offense so far?
I mentioned this last weekend. He's his person, like these guys all have different personalities, and I've coached a player similar to Trevor's when I mentioned Ty Detmer. It's kind of cool, calm, just you never see the real highs or the real lows. That's his personality, and it works for him. And his preparation this week has been really good. Taysom the same way. But everyone has a different personality relative to how they play, and so his would be that way. You know, by example, he's got a good command of what we're doing, but pretty flat line in a good way.
How have you seen the players respond to him in practice and in the huddle?
Good. I think there's, you know, I think did a good job last week coming in that moment, and you know, there's certainly a confidence in him and what we're doing.
How beneficial is it that he's been here for like about a year?
I think that's important. Yeah, I think that's good because, you know, he's been in the system. He's you know, he understands it and he knows it. I think the same thing with Jameis and Taysom. You know, those guys have all been in it here for quite a bit, and Ian is, you know, kind of getting it quicker now.
Does that mean he'll be active this week?
Yeah, he'll probably be up too.
Sean, has your pass rush been what you kind of wanted to be the last couple of weeks, like since the bye?
Yeah, like it's easy to just look at sacks, and then that's fine. But you want to look at third down efficiency. You want to look at the interceptions. I mean, and you also want to look at hurries and hits and all of those things. I think we're doing a good job.
And Sean, I know you worked with Terry Fontenot for years. Have you been able to see his footprint on that team?
Yeah, look, it's his first year. Those guys are grinding and working hard. And, you know, it's hard to actually look at the film in year one. And, you know, and it's Arthur's first year as well. And so I know those are exciting times when your head coach and your general manager are both coming in together, you know, locking arm in arm. And I think that both of them have got great pedigree, and so we miss Terry, and it's good to see that, you know, he's got that opportunity, and I'm sure we'll exchange pleasantries after the game.
Did Terry identify Trevor Siemian as the top quarterback on the ready list?
Yeah, I don't. That'd be a good question. I can't answer that honestly, but he did a fantastic job with us.
Sean, too, your guys that you brought in were inducted in the Hall of Fame today, Organizational Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What did you think about that?
It was great. I didn't like the timing of the luncheon. I would have loved to have been there. But both of them, when you look at Roman and Jari, that they were in that first draft class. Both of them, one second, I think one fourth. Both of them were picks that we traded down for. And so with Roman, we went back a few spots and acquired Jeff Fain. And so he started for us at center, and then Roman, however many years, obviously had a great career. And Jari, in the fourth round, we had the 2 pick that year, and they used to have 3 rounds, and then you'd go the rest of the draft. So it was early morning, Texans up first, we're up second, and we're getting ready to select a tight end out of Wisconsin, Owen Daniel. In fact, I'm on the phone with him, and the draft's beginning, and we're talking, and it just was coincidence that he and I went to the same high school. I didn't even realize it. And while we were on the phone, the Texans clicked in, and he came back to me and said, "Coach, I'm getting drafted by the Texans." Well, there was only 1 pick ahead of us. So Texans selected Owen Daniel. We traded back with the Philadelphia Eagles. We acquired Hollis Thomas, and then also at that point then drafted Jari Evans. So sometimes, you know, you're in that case, and Owen turned out to be a real good player. And Jari, I think, is an eventual Hall of Famer in our league.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find the vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Holman. Always remember,
it's better at Barker.
Tony Alford and Priscilla Larbinger have been the foundation of what is now Alford and Associates. Their passion and vision have been embedded company-wide. It's not just about insurance. It's about making sure that our community is strong and protected for the next generation.
We analyze and then custom design your insurance policies to fit your business's needs, not the insurance carriers.
It's quite simple. It's the mindset of our organization to protect you from life's hardships.
Your benefits are our business.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
Bacteria and germs run rampant in the air that surrounds us. It's more important than ever to keep our surroundings clean. Introducing BioPure. Specializing in commercial and residential disinfection applications, BioPure's advanced treatment process allows them to disinfect more surfaces quickly and effectively, with no inconvenience to staff or family members. Let BioPure help you create a better environment for everyone. Call for your free consultation today at 985-322-3003.
I'm motivated to do well in school because for the future that I want for myself, it would really help me to do well in school so that way I don't have to do more work later, or I don't have to work so much harder later. It's just good preparation for what I want to do in my future. Whenever I go to college, my course of study that I'm intending on pursuing right now is mechanical engineering.
Was your business interrupted by Hurricane Ida? You may be entitled to compensation. Insurance companies may try to pay you much less than your losses, or even deny your claim altogether. St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest of All are partnering together to fight for your fair payout. Go to myidaclaim.com for your free case review today. Never give up because your insurance company has denied your claim, and never accept a lowball offer. Let St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest of All help you weather the storm. Visit myidaclaim.com today.
Value Time Sports is brought to you by Terrible General Health Systems Community Sports Institute in conjunction with Barker Honda.
What's this week been like for you? Just kind of getting back into being the guy.
It's been good, a little different, more reps, a little more involved physically, I'd say. I think as a backup, you're still pretty wired in. You're just not getting the physical reps, so that's been the change, I would say.
But you don't have any like emotional reaction to being in that position anymore. You just kind of I don't know.
No, I think I started a few games earlier in my career, so I think it's not really new to me. It's not that foreign. I mean, it's been a while for sure, but I've been playing all along as if I'm going to get another chance to play. Now, whether it happened or not, I didn't know, but that was my mindset. Last few years, probably.
When did you know that you were going to get the start this week?
Earlier in the week, coming in Wednesday.
Trevor, all the teammates talk about how calm you are. Is that just sort of how you're wired? Just who you are, pretty much?
I think maybe sometimes I look calm, and I'm not actually. But yeah, I think for me playing quarterback, there's so much going on. You're focused on so many details and orchestrating certain things and trying to communicate clearly to your guys that I think that takes up a lot of my headspace. So yeah, I would just say that.
How weird is it that you're playing your first start here against Arthur Smith, the guy who you work with?
Yeah, I like Arthur a lot. I didn't spend as much time with him as I would have liked, but then again, I'm here and things have worked out pretty well. But yeah, he's a great football coach. I think he's going to do really well there.
You have haven't been here for all of it, but what do you think makes this team so successful at, injury replacement for quarterbacks over the past couple of years?
I think Sean and Pete and the offensive staff do a really good job playing to not only the quarterback strengths, but all 11 guys on offense that are on the field and putting them in good spots to be successful, and quarterback is certainly included in that. So that, I think, the combination, the team is really, really good. And, there's not a lot of players here that are kind of aloof. I think for the most part, the pattern of players here, the guys you see are smart, tough football players. And for me, that's exciting to be in a group like that, included in a group like that. So,
Trevor, your first response is kind of downplaying the emotional significance. Is that something you're trying to put it in perspective and not make it too big of a deal, or it's just you've been around long enough that it doesn't create that much of a time?
Yeah, I think I expect to play. I think I've had a lot of confidence in myself to play. And when it happened, like I said, I didn't know if it was going to happen or when it was going to happen, but I knew I'd be ready. And here we are. So, I expect to play well, just like everybody else on this team. So that's my mindset. And, yeah.
How beneficial has it been for you that you've been here, for about a year or so?
Yeah, just being around terminology, thinking what Sean and Pete and everybody's trying to do, how we're trying to attack defenses, and be around the players and that familiarity. I don't think you can replace it. So my wife was joking with me. This is the longest I've been with one club in a while, which isn't saying much. I think it's like not even been a year. So hopefully I stick around.
You guys got Taysom, and obviously he takes some snaps now. Then you coming up through college. Just what was that like for you, kind of being in that system in college? Obviously, it was.
It was. I think it's just once it becomes normal to you, you make it work and figure it out. I think, you hear some guys in situations like that, be it quarterback or any other position, you try to get in a rhythm and a flow of the game and things like that. But at the same time, I think you have a job to do. And then when the film comes on, nobody really cares. Did you go in and out of the game, or what'd you do? It's that's your tape. That's what you're putting out there. So just staying focused and being a pro and trying to worry about your job. I think not just quarterback, but we sub personnel. It's like a small army coming on and off the field every play just about. So I think a lot of guys kind of have that mindset.
Having the week to prepare for this, or at least since Wednesday. What do those extra reps do for you? Do you feel like there's a chance to be more comfortable than you were coming into the game kind of cold last week?
Yeah, I think just getting a feel for guys, being in the first huddle, and just kind of seeing what guys like, reading body language of guys, receivers, tight ends. I haven't had a ton of reps, really any reps with that first group, so just good to get those physical reps. I've been back there, and it's not like I'm coming in cold or it's my first time seeing the offense and everything, but just getting the physical reps is good.
What was your mindset kind of like after your last start with the Jets? It's kind of like you finally get a chance to start again, and then you just get unlucky with the injury. Is it hard, like the days following, months following, to not get down after something like that?
I think, just looking back, I think injury is a big part of the game, right? And it's unfortunate, and I think the biggest thing for guys getting hurt is just not feeling sorry for yourself, and it's not personal. It just happens, So you probably take a day or two to, if you want, to yourself. But after that, there's so much. You're worried about recovery and all that, and you try to figure out during the times that you're not active, how can I be a better player and improve, and I tried to do that. 18, I think, 19. So.
Team's 5-2 right now. Right, thinking the playoff hunt. Do you even think about that stuff, or you have to really just like legit take it one day, one game?
Yeah, I think if you start worrying about the big picture, I think the stuff right in front of you kind of can fall apart pretty quickly. I think it's been proven over and over again how quickly things change in this league. So just let's try to win this week and see what happens.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find the vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Holman. Always remember,
it's better at Barker.
Offering historic values for good quality vehicles. As many of you know, we are facing unprecedented times. As an industry leader in South Louisiana, Trav Cadillac Chevrolet is not able to meet all inventory needs by our current market. We need more inventory, and that's good news for you. Come see our friendly staff at Trav Cadillac Chevrolet.
If you are suffering from chronic cough, bronchitis, reactive airway, or persistent asthma that's difficult to control, or diagnosed with COPD, please listen carefully. You may be suffering from allergy sinus, bronchial asthma syndrome. For as we now know that undetected or uncontrolled infection in the upper airway can affect the lower respiratory tract. If this is happening to you, please call us for an evaluation.
My role models would have to be my whole family. They push me to be my best on and off the field constantly. Here at South Terrebonne, my extracurricular activities are football, basketball, and baseball. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with family, working out, and fishing.
Everyone needs help at some point during their life. The anxiety and sadness that you may be feeling right now can be conquered with the help of experienced counselors. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority call line is standing by right now, ready to assist you. Pick up the phone and call 1-877-500-9997 and let us help you through the crisis in your life. Helping people, changing lives. Let our caring staff help you today.
Whether it's directions for out-of-towners or coffee for morning people, the Civic Stop has what you're looking for. From propane, air pump, 24-hour pay at the pump, and Speed Pass. We accept Fuel Man and also have an ATM on site. Fishermen stop here for bait and ice specials with a fill-up. Stop in for a free 6-ounce cup of coffee till 8 a.m. And don't forget about Subway. Not only do we serve great Subway sandwiches, but breakfast too. So stop in and see the difference with friendly and helpful employees at the Civic Stop. 3040 Barrow Street next to the Civic Center in Houma.
Bayou Time Sports is brought to you by Terrible General Health Systems Community Sports Institute in conjunction with Barker Honda.
Let's see everybody. You know, I got to give the credit to our coaches and our players. What a tremendous week of practice we had this week. We got some guys banged up. We got some guys that came out today. Michael Baskerville came out today. Looks like he is going to play. I didn't know if he could play. Mason Smith's been in crutches since Tuesday. I think he's very questionable for the game, but we're still hoping that he can play. If he doesn't play, Sonny Fanu is going to take his place and do a tremendous job. Any questions?
Future starts with Sonny. How do you think he's played since he came back?
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it means a lot to Sonny. He's an older player. I think Sonny's going to end up being the coach one day. He takes his technique serious. He knows how to get a line. He knows how to play several different positions. Whatever you give him, it's not too hard for him. And he's going to seize this opportunity. If he has an opportunity to play instead of Mason, I think he's going to play very well.
Defensively, you guys really seem to be at your best when you're forcing turnovers and getting sacks and all that stuff. And just for a game like this, you think that's going to play a huge factor?
Yeah, we're going to have to find a way to do that, no question. We just can't sit there, you know. And we're going to have to pick and choose our times, and hopefully that we can mix up our stuff enough that we can get to the quarterback, that we can get some picks. Winning the turnover battle is going to be key, especially on the road.
There's so many guys, I guess, down in the secondary who are a few players you guys are hoping to step up in some of those.
You know, Cam, I'm looking for Cam Lewis to have a great game. I'm looking for Darren Evans to play well. Ray Darius Jones have to play well. You know, Dwight has been playing outstanding. Jay Ward is, is one of our best players. He's healthy. So we have to go with those guys, and hopefully Todd Harris can give us some snaps. hopefully we get a couple of snaps and rotate those guys and keep them fresh.
Last year, when Neil Farrell decided to opt out, it was obviously because his grandmother.
Yeah.
He said he kind of came to you to talk to you about it. They're so close to his grandmother. What was, I don't know, was he sort of maybe scared that day for her or something? How important was it for him?
Yeah. You know, it was kind of an emotional time for everybody. You know, guys were leaving and stuff like that. But, you know, I recruited Neil. He's very close to his family. He felt that he had to be there for his grandmother. And so I honored that. But I told him, you know, if you want to come back, we can't wait for you to come back. And, boys, he's playing his best football. And I'm so happy for him. He is dedicated. I think he's going to get a chance to play in the NFL just like he wanted. And he's going to finish the season strong. But right now he's playing his best ball.
I know we asked you this probably at the beginning of the week, but, you know, Armani and Coventry back in the fold for you guys.
Yeah.
How did they look at practice this week? What their roles?
Armani looks fantastic, just like he always been. I don't think Cavatre is going to be able to play. He has a lingering injury. He isn't full speed yet. But Armani is, and Corey is, and Tyron is, and Josh is. We should be in good shape.
You mentioned how dynamic Armani is as an outside runner. Is that something you guys are hoping to get going, I guess?
Well, obviously we got to run inside and outside on these guys. We just can't run one play. You know, we got to be able to get outside and use the speed and give them the ball and throw them the football and put the ball in our playmakers' hands and let them make plays.
Is this like the healthiest your offensive line has been all season?
Yes.
What did you see from them this practice?
Continuity. They're excited about this game. They know they're going against probably one of the best defensive fronts that we're going to see all year. They know it's a challenge. But our challenge, we have to run the football. We can't be one-dimensional. And this is going to be a physical game. This is a big man's game. It's one in the trenches, and our guys are ready to go. Now, a lot of these guys have experience playing Alabama, and they're looking forward to this.
How important is this to have this running back committee run as a group as opposed to just giving it all on turf?
Well, we can do different things, obviously, and work those different skill sets. But also, you know, you get in the SEC, you get this time of year, you run 30 times a game, you're going to get banged up. And we got to keep these guys healthy and fresh. But we can do different things with different backs, and I think it's a big key for us.
Chris Hilton and Deion Smith, what's their status, and are they going to be able to play?
They're ready to play. They're ready to play, and Chris has come back from a minor surgery. He's done very well. And you should see him play, and Deion, he should be ready to play. We're going to need all those guys. They're two very good freshmen. Anybody else?
With Neil, I think it was Ed Ingram who mentioned that he's really good at using a lineman's weight against them. How unique is that for a defensive lineman, or is that kind of just...
Yeah, I think it's a feel on Neil's part. Neil's very good with his hips and his hands and controlling blockers, but he has a nose for the football. And, you know, he'll get them going one way and shake them the other way because he's very strong, and he has a lot of power. But he does have a feel for that. He feels where the ball's going. Sometimes he jumps out of his gap too fast. It gets us in trouble. But, boy, I'll tell you what, he's playing his best ball, especially when we play the inside shade of that guard. He's done a great job all year.
I think Ed actually told me going into this game, like, you know, even Alabama, nobody's Superman. What have you been trying to preach to this team going into this week? Obviously, like, not the favorite going into the game.
Yeah. We look at some teams that they played. We look at some games that they played and some teams that we played. And look at the Florida game. You know, Florida, we can move the ball on, and we moved the ball on Florida. I just want to be positive. I want to give them a shot that, you know what, we can go in there. I want these guys to believe that we can play with them. Are they a good team? Yeah. Are they one of the best teams in the country? Yeah. But you know what? We know at LSU that you got to go through Alabama to do anything. We get that. And they've done a great job. He's got a great program, but we're up for the challenge.
What are, like, the keys to contending in this game and really giving it a fight?
Turnovers, number one. We can't go on the road and turn over the ball. They're +7, we're +3. We're not going to catch them. We're not going to catch up to them. We just got to beat them in the turnover battle this game. We have to be able to run the football. We have to be able to stop the run and tackle, win third down. When you get in the red zone, these guys, you got to score points. Field goals are not going to cut it.
Leg pain, swelling, or ulcers can be signs of vascular disease in the legs. This lack of blood flow can lead to amputation if not treated. Varicose or spider veins may also be signs of venous disease and are more than just a cosmetic problem. Trust the most advanced team of leg pain specialists at Cardiovascular Institute of the South to reopen blockages in the legs and offer minimally invasive in-clinic vein treatments. If you experience leg pain, swelling, or have visible veins, schedule an appointment with us today at cardio.com.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we support our neighbors, the organizers, the helpers, the leaders, the dreamers. We support those that move our community forward. Louisiana has grown from the dedication, commitment, and loyalty of the people who call this beautiful place home. We are proud to offer our services to the communities in South Louisiana. South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
If I lose my job, how will I support my family? When will all this unrest end? I wish I could control my anger.
Do any of these thoughts sound familiar to you? If so, you are not alone. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority offers support, counseling, and treatment geared at helping you where you are right now in the midst of this pandemic and your own personal crisis. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority, helping people, changing lives.
Broussard Dove handles business and residential hurricane claims. We have over 14 years experience dealing with insurance claims for hurricanes with proven results. We handled hurricane claims before Hurricane Ida and will be here for years to come after. We've recovered millions for business owners and homeowners. So if you need help with your hurricane claim, let us fight for you. Go to our website and fill out a form for a free claim review or give us a call. Broussard Dove, attorneys at law.
This is Martin False live in Houma. We're in front of Hebert's Motel where water is up to the doorknobs at the motel. Telephone poles almost completely to the ground. This storm had some fury to it. The following morning, Hurricane Andrew had taken its toll on Terrebonne Parish. But the stick doesn't lie. No. That, you know, they said it started moving north-northwest. That was a jog.
It's a very tense day for Terrebonne Parish. Levee after levee has been breached. You won't know until it equalizes how many of them have actually broken.
And I'm just looking at that stick shot again. That center circulation has moved back on the stick, and Lafourche and Grand Isle to me are ground zero at this point. It's moving right up the stick, and that stick goes directly over Grand Isle and Fouchon. On this episode of One-on-One, we're going to go back in memory lane, and we're going to talk with a member of the Cane Breakers, Gary Hilly, who's been a member of many bands. And we're not going to let the tricks out yet, because on this program, he's played with some very powerful people in the music industry. It's all coming up next on this edition of One-on-One. One-on-One is brought to you by the law office of Waits and Downer.
No law degree, no amount of experience can supersede the compassion that our firm gives to its clients.
One of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
We try to carry those values that we've learned at home into the practice of law. And every client that walks through our door gets 100 years experience when they visit us.
I'm Mary Riviere, and when you come through our doors at Waits and Downer, you're part of our family.
If I lose my job, how will I support my family? When will all this unrest end? I wish I could control my anger.
Do any of these thoughts sound familiar to you? If so, you are not alone. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority offers support, counseling, and treatment geared at helping you where you are right now in the midst of this pandemic and your own personal crisis. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority, helping people, changing lives.
Hi, I'm Orlando Williams, and I live in Terrebonne Parish, and I'm vaccinated.
How about you? My father entered the hospital with COVID in its early stages. My daddy lived till day 13. And to wake up to a call at 6:45 from the doctor saying you have 2 minutes to get the rest of your family on the phone. He had to die alone. I made it my mission to make sure no other family had to feel this.
HTV would like to inform all of you that Friday night sports game highlights will no longer air on Friday nights. HTV will choose 3 games per week, and those highlights will be featured on our Sports in the Bayou program that will air Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Join Bobby Hebert, Mike Detillier, Rich Marty, Stan Gravois, Harry McCullough, Dr. Pat Hagan, and Martin False as they bring you all of the Saints, LSU, Nicholls State, and high school highlights on a weekly basis.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
And welcome back to One-on-One. As promised, Gary Hilly is our guest today. And Gary, good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing real good, real good. You know, we all made it pretty good through the storm. So
good. I normally see you perched right behind me and Brian and Richard on our side for the cane breakers, and you're a little elevated, so I get a different look right at you today and to find out about your life and how you got in the music industry. But first question, where were you born and where were you born?
Well, I was born in New Orleans at Hotel Dieu Hospital in 1956. And my family's from there, my mom's family. She was born and raised there. My dad is from Bay St. Louis, Mississippi, but he was born in New Orleans.
And what was your mom's maiden name?
Blanchard with a P, Blanchard.
Okay. Yeah, we're so used to hearing Blanchard.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
So Blanchard with a P.
Yeah, it's French, but European French.
Yeah, and how long did y'all stay in New Orleans?
I was born in New Orleans, but we lived in Bay St. Louis at the time.
Okay, I got you.
So we was I was born at Hotel Dieu, and then we went back to Bay St. Louis, and I stayed there for the first 5 or 6 years of my life, and then we moved to Houma.
Tell me about the early years of Gary Hilly, and eventually I want to get into the music. And how did music get started in your life, and what spurred that on?
When I was young and I was living in Bay St. Louis, my uncle, who was a drummer, and he played in Gulfport, Biloxi, along Mississippi Gulf Coast. You know, back in those days, let's see, it was different places that he played. He worked with some pretty well-known people. One of them was Loretta Lynn. That whenever she'd come through and they needed a replacement drummer, he worked with him. And so I watched him play, and I went to some of the rehearsals with him, and I was only probably about 8 or 9 years old, and he let me tag along, you know. And that, as soon as I got in the rehearsal room and felt the kick of that bass drum hit me in the chest, I said, "That's it for me."
Well, isn't that special? Because sometimes adults don't want to be burdened by their children because they might have a job to do. They want to have a little fun or whatever, so they don't bring the kids along. But at 8 years old, being at some of these gigs, when you said Loretta Lynn, I went, wow, we're going to talk about somebody else in a little bit. But what was that like? Were you just absorbing everything at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I was watching him and the other guys in the band rehearse and play, and I saw him do a few gigs. You know, it's the auditorium in Bay St. Louis, different things, and I was just completely fascinated and enthralled by the whole thing, you know, the whole atmosphere, you know, the music itself and the way that they interacted with each other on stage and at rehearsal. And it just, you know, I could feel that camaraderie with the guys, you know, and I thought to myself, that's just a really cool thing to do, you know. And
we always say drummers are different, but in fairness, we say the same thing about guys like Dwayne, who's behind the camera right now, keyboard players, and I'm sure the keyboard players and the drummers are looking at us on the front going, those dudes are weird too. So everybody has their own little niche, don't they?
Right. I mean, I think musicians in general are sort of a breed of their own. You know, I really do. I mean, a lot of ego involved in that, but at the same time, there's a lot of good, friendly people that, that are, that try to work with each other and help out with whatever they can. And that's what I've always tried to do. And it's not always easy to do,
Right,
but,
right. But you've always been even keeled, even in our band, when there's people want to go different routes or whatever. I've seen it in every band. You have a way of evening things out. Where'd you learn that from? Who taught you how to do that?
My mother, and my dad's always been a people person and a kid person, so that's where, tagging along was allowed. It came from him, but my mom was just always very calm, and she had all these little sayings that she came out with that made me realize what life was really supposed to be all about. And we were, I was raised Catholic, and everybody was, was good to each other, for the most part. Not to say we didn't have problems, but, but it worked out.
Was music always just the main part of your extracurricular, or did you play sports or anything else?
Played some sports, but not in school. My dad was a football player at St. Stanislaus when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And he wanted my brothers and I to play football, but we tended to gravitate toward other things, and my thing was music. My older brother was hunting and fishing, and my younger brother was just there hanging out with us, but he learned to do some things later. But I was the only one that turned out to be a musician. My mother sang in church, and she sang with my grandfather. My dad's dad was a real good singer, like a crooner type,
Right.
I wanted to play music since from the time I watched my uncle play when I was, when I was young, and my dad was like, okay, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. So he supported it.
Now, I may be wrong, but I'm going to say it anyway. If he wanted you to go to St. Stanislaus, I would assume that part of your household was very strict.
Yeah, pretty much. The brothers really, it made those guys toe the line,
Right.
But my dad did some things he wasn't supposed to do too, like anybody else,
Right.
It was strict, but it was also, we were allowed to speak our mind. It wasn't like, be seen and not heard type of thing, like from the old days that we always hear about. My family was a little different. We, I guess a little bit more tolerant of certain things, and I grew up that way, and I still carry that to this day. That's when you mentioned, me being back there behind you guys. I'm back there with the greatest vantage point of everybody in the Canebreaker band. So I'm watching what's going on. That's why I say you guys are crazy, but I love you, because I'm seeing the whole thing from an interesting point of view.
Right. You get to see the whole spectrum.
Yeah.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm.
No law degree, no amount of experience can supersede the compassion that our firm gives to its clients.
One of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
We try to carry those values that we've learned at home into the practice of law, and every client that walks through our door gets 100 years experience when they visit us. I'm Joseph Waits III, and when you come through our doors, you are part of our family.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the linear accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. U-Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
This is Martin False live in Houma. We're in front of Hebert's Motel, where water is up to the doorknobs at the motel. Telephone poles almost completely to the ground. This storm had some fury to it.
The following morning, Hurricane Andrew had taken its toll on Terrebonne Parish.
But the stick doesn't lie.
No.
That, they said it started moving north-northwest. That was a jog.
It's a very tense day for Terrebonne Parish. Levee after levee has been breached. You won't know until it equalizes how many of them have actually broken.
And I'm just looking at that stick shot again. That center circulation has moved back on the stick, and Lafourche and Grand Isle to me are ground zero at this point. It's moving right up the stick, and that stick goes directly over Grand Isle and Fouchon. When you were growing up, I've seen parents whose kids come in and say, "Hey, I want to play the drums." And the parents look at each other and go, "Why the drums?" Because they know that in that house, there's going to be a lot of racket and a lot of noise, unlike some of the other instruments. But when you got interested in the drums, did they open the hallway for you, or did they say, well, you got certain times you could play the drums?
Yeah, my folks were split on that one. My mom loved it. She loved the whole idea. She said, yeah, well, you know, because she knew my uncle was a drummer, and she, you know, she knew that how much I loved it. So she wanted to help me get my first set of drums, set them up in the living room and practice on them and play. And my dad was like, I'm going to work.
Right.
And I'll see y'all whenever I see you, because he didn't want to hear it. But it was pretty supportive, you know, and she let it, and once I got to where I could play a little bit, you know, starting out with the Beatles and stuff, you know, playing along to a record and stuff like that, and then taught myself. And then when I started to sound halfway decent, like I might be able to, you know, carry a beat, then she said, well, have your friends that you play music with, you know, have them come over and y'all can play in the living room, and I'll make some coffee and enjoy myself. You know, she really loved the whole idea. So
when did you know that, you know, there's a lot of people that start off on the drums, only to leave the sticks in the garage and say, I'm going to do something else because I can't get the beat right, I just can't pick it up. When did you start, after you started, when did you know, hey, I'm picking this up pretty good?
To be honest with you, as soon as I started setting up my drums and started playing to a record, you know, which at the time, like I say, it was Beatles songs and some, you know, some of the other groups, Jimi Hendrix. I caught on to it very quickly. You know, I could understand what the difference between a downbeat and upbeat, and I just started trying to emulate what I heard, and it happened pretty fast. I wouldn't say I was great, but it's like, okay, well, you know, I can understand how this works. And then later on, as I grew, you know, I started to learn different beats and different techniques and different theory, you know, about percussion and how it fits in with, you know, with modern music. So, and then I was also exposed to a whole lot of different kinds of music because of my mom. You know, she listened to WTIX all day, every day. She would do her housework, you know.
WTIX, New Orleans.
Right.
How much? That was a great jingle. It stuck in our head. All right, you're sitting there. You mentioned that you'd play with records, and for the millennials watching, you actually had to have a phonograph player in the garage. You'd have to get up, change the record, put the needle on it, spin it, go back, sit at your drums. Unlike everybody just clicking now.
Right.
A little different, wasn't it?
It was very different. It was hard, but it was, you know, we got used to it. I mean, I'd play a record and I'd get to a certain part on the song where the drums did a certain fill, and I was, I'm not getting that, so I'd have to go back, take it off, you know, pick it up and put it back a little bit, the needle back a little bit on the record. That's how we learned, and then later on it went to 8-track and then cassette, you know. So I guess I must be telling my age pretty badly.
No, I mean 8-track was, well, first was 45s.
Yeah.
But it had 33s.
33s, yeah.
Before that.
My grandmother had those. She had a Victrola.
Yeah. I think we all grew up with that. And then the progression to the 45s, and then, you know, you'd have that one popular song you'd go by, and on the flip side, they'd put another song on. Sometimes if you were lucky as an artist, both songs would hit top 10.
Yeah.
And what was your first song you ever bought?
I Want to Hold Your Hand, Beatles, 45, yeah.
All right. And you played along with that?
I had my mom buy it for me, actually.
Wow.
But yeah, I played along with that. And, you know, I mean, I love Ringo, you know, he's just such a great meter, you know, and timing. And when I started trying to play along with that, I found that I could catch on to it.
Who was the toughest drummer you tried to emulate, but you were going, man, they're just out the box?
I would have to say Neil Peart, and I gave up on him. I said, no, I'm not going to do that stuff. You know, it's
Right.
just, he's so technical. I'm more of a blues R&B type background. You know, like I say, when I was young, that's what was being played on the radio, and that's what I learned to play to, being self-taught, you know.
Right.
And I mean, you know, I did study some things later on, but which, you know, kind of helped me do what I do now. But it's mostly just self-taught and mostly R&B, soul music, and rock and roll. You know, what we now call classic rock. You know.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm.
No law degree, no amount of experience can supersede the compassion that our firm gives to its clients.
One of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
We try to carry those values that we've learned at home into the practice of law. And every client that walks through our door gets 100 years experience when they visit us.
Waits and Downer. When you walk in our door, you're part of our family.
Cardiovascular Institute of the South's Ambulatory Surgery Center offers patients advanced and innovative outpatient procedures using the latest technology and treatment options. The first of its kind in the region, this center provides our patients and their families with high-quality care in a convenient, comfortable, and safe environment at a lower cost. Trust your care to the cardiovascular care team you know and love at CIS. Learn more at cardio.com.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the linear accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you are in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area, so stop by Big Wheels Travel Center where everyone's a winner.
Terrebonne Parish School District is seeking individuals for the following maintenance positions: licensed plumber, electrician, carpenter, HVAC techs with chiller experience, HVAC techs with general experience. These positions have great work environment, excellent benefits, retirement, and insurance. Apply online at tpsd.org. Terrebonne Parish School District, a great place to work.
But you know, a lot of people who are listening to songs who don't have a musical background, but they love music. They hear the drums, but they don't realize how complicated it can get. So when you talk about, just like there's different levels of guitar players, a keyboard player has different level of drummers. So when you're listening to a song, can you really listen to it as, you know, being in the room and just hearing the song and enjoying it, or do you always have to hit a drum lick in it?
Yeah, I generally listen to the drums, and you know, I'm glad you asked me that, because I've always felt like I didn't pay enough attention to the vocals and the lyrics, but I do that now. I pay attention to everything in the song, but when I first started out, I was just really listening to the drums and how they fit into the music and where the music would flow, you know, and with stops and starts.
You almost have to retrain yourself when you used to, especially in the Caneburgers, with such a harmony band, that you probably, you know, when you have one lead, it's probably different than having 6 different people singing.
Oh, it is. It's quite different, actually. But I really enjoy that with you guys because I love harmony. My mom and my grandfather, and like I said before, they sang harmony. So and then when I worked in Shreveport and Dallas, Texas, I worked with a lot of country artists that had a lot of 3 and 4 part harmony, and it was just amazing. I mean, I wish I could sing that way, because that's why I never really did try to learn how to sing, because I just never felt like I'd ever be able to measure up to some of the folks I worked with that were such good singers, you know. And
but I've always admired drummers who, Phil Collins, who could sit back there, drum away, and keep that steady voice.
Right.
I'm going, how can you be swinging your arms and doing all this stuff and staying steady at the helm?
That's a good question, because it is hard to do. Yeah. And I have a little quirk that I use in my playing that probably would really hurt me trying to sing, because when I play, I do the same thing. In fact, John Bonham with Led Zeppelin used to do this, but I just did it naturally also. I play it and I'll go, you know, I make these little sounds, and you know, like when I do a lick or something, so because that kind of helps me keep it in meter and where I want it to be. So I wouldn't want to try to sing.
So if we had you mic'd, we'd be hearing.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what you'd hear.
All right, good. So. Who's the drummer still to this day that, and I know you mentioned someone earlier, but if you had to take, and you probably morphed into some more modern drummers that you look at and you go, this person's very talented.
The earliest drummer that really impressed me more than anybody, other than my family members like my uncle, was Hal Blaine. He was part of the Wrecking Crew from the 60s. Now, a lot of folks out there, younger folks might not even have any idea who that is, but you know, that was a group of musicians in Los Angeles that played on just about all the hit records from the mid 60s through all of the 70s, you know. You know, he was a very well-rounded drummer. He could play anything, you know. And I listened to that. My mom would listen to those records in the 60s when I was young, and I'd hear them. I'd be hanging around with her all day and listening to that. She and I were very close, and you know, everything from Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass to you know all some of the soul music from the 60s, you know, and the Wrecking Crew and Hal Blaine, the drummer, played on most of that. And it was
Herb
a lot of
Alpert
different.
And the Tijuana Brass.
Yeah.
I think every family had that album.
Yeah,
you know?
I think so, yeah.
They also had Mitch Miller and Perry Como and everybody else.
Yeah, I used to listen to all of that stuff. I mean, at the time, you know, I thought it was a little lame back then, but as I got older, I really began to appreciate that music and country music. When I first started out, I was, you know, playing Beatles and rock, and I didn't really care for country, but I learned to love it after I started becoming more exposed to it.
Yeah,
did it for a living.
I've always loved country. Matter of fact, I turned a lot of my friends on the country, because country isn't the way it is now.
Right.
A lot of people can like pop and country together, but back then, you were either a rocker or you were a country person.
Yeah.
There was a big separation back then.
Yeah.
Now it's sort of all morphed together.
Exactly.
You know. But when you're talking about, you know, Persian has a little funkiness to him, always did.
Right.
Frank, probably a little more in your wheelhouse of what you develop, but of course you're flexible. Then you have Brian, and then I come with a different angle, and of course Richard Toops is right behind us, and Timmy Dusenberry, classic bassist, but Timmy's got a little funk with him too. So you have to be a drummer with multiple personalities, don't you?
Well, yeah, I do. That's correct. But I did learn all those different styles. You know, New Orleans, you know, the Meters, all those groups. I listened to them, and I was, you know, I really tried to emulate that, and I tried to figure out what they're doing. Why is that funky offbeat? How are they doing that? You know, and I would sit down and work with it and work it out on the drums and in my room, you know, in my bedroom, until I finally got you know, started to understand the theory behind it, you know. And you know, you have to practice though, because you have to, you know, some of this to make it smooth, you got to, you know, and that's one thing I've always been a big believer in is practice. I don't care how many years you've been playing, you still need to practice.
For all of your cases, including those with catastrophic significance, call Waits and Downer Law Firm. This one-on-one program has been brought to you by the law offices of Waits and Downer.
Everyone needs help at some point during their life. The anxiety and sadness that you may be feeling right now can be conquered with the help of experienced counselors. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority call line is standing by right now, ready to assist you. Pick up the phone and call 1-877-500-9997 and let us help you through the crisis in your life. Helping people, changing lives. Let our caring staff help you today.
Whether it's directions for out-of-towners or coffee for morning people, the Civic Stop has what you're looking for. From propane, air pump, 24-hour pay at the pump, and Speed Pass. We accept Fuel Man and also have an ATM on site. Fishermen stop here for bait and ice specials with a fill-up. Stop in for every 6-ounce cup of coffee till 8 a.m. And don't forget about Subway. Not only do we serve great Subway sandwiches, but breakfast too. So stop in and see the difference with friendly and helpful employees at the Civic Stop, 3040 Barrow Street next to the Civic Center in Houma.
HTV would like to inform all of you that Friday night sports game highlights will no longer air on Friday nights. HTV will choose 3 games per week, and those highlights will be featured on our Sports in the Bayou program that will air Tuesday and Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. Join Bobby Hebert, Mike Detillier, Rich Marty, Stan Gravois, Harry McCullough, Dr. Pat Hagan, and Martin False as they bring you all of the Saints, LSU, Nickel State, and high school highlights on a weekly basis.
Benefiting Louisiana hurricane victims, CMR Roofing presents Lee Brice, Randy Hauser, Let me show you how, and Colt Ford in concert at the Cajun Dome in Lafayette, Sunday, November 7th. Tickets now at RagingCC.com. Don't miss the Raging Country Crawl with Lee Brice, Randy Hauser, and Colt Ford, presented by CMR Roofing, benefiting Louisiana hurricane victims.
Hello and welcome to this edition of Bayou Time. Thank you so much for joining us. However you may be joining us, we appreciate it. I'm your host, Keith Whiteside, LCSW. I am joined by Lisa Schilling, LCSW, with South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority, Executive Director. Lisa, thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
And you know, it's one of those things where we spend a great deal of time talking about and thinking about what's happening in our community, some of the issues that are there. Of recent, there's been just a few issues that we've identified that just we need to kind of talk about and see the best way to handle. And I'm so very glad that you've come on to be able to do that with us today.
Thank you so much. You're right. I mean, there are a lot of things going on in our communities. People are dealing with a lot. Not only we had the COVID pandemic still going on, we had the hurricane now that's happened. We have a lot of people that are struggling mentally, physically, and so I feel like it's important for us to talk about how they can handle situations that might arise when people are acting out and not get into a situation where someone might be injured. It's really important to know the steps to take.
Right, and sometimes what constitutes an emergent situation, and what do we do about that? And so I'm so very glad that you've put together a training, if you will, for us to kind of go through over these next 3 segments or so to be able to talk about. And so let's bring up that first one, if you don't mind, that first slide, and we can really kind of address the issue.
Sure. So, you know, it is about how we are dealing with law enforcement in the community and how we should really be looking to ways to partner with them so that we're, you know, having the same conversation and sharing the information that we should. So it's commonly known that the police are the first responders to 911 calls made about urgent mental health situations, but it's really little known about what is appropriate to call for 911, because people think call 911 for everything.
Right.
So police respond to mental health crisis when there's a family member or a friend that calls 911. Officers encounter a person in an urgent mental health situation while on patrol, so they could be on the street, they could be acting out in a business, or an individual that's unknown to the person with mental health illness calls 911 because of unusual threatening behavior, and we've seen that before in our settings, but I don't know that everyone has been privy to see that.
Right, and so it's a little different. So they just need to know kind of what to do, and a lot of times we need to make sure we're aware of what to do, because the situation can get kind of difficult.
It can, and sometimes those situations can end poorly.
Right.
If we're not communicating with law enforcement or communicating with the dispatcher when we make those calls, so that they understand what they're going into. And they need to know that.
Right. And so staying calm enough to be able to share that information is really important. And so I like the fact that you've kind of broken this down about what people need to do, or when they need to call, or who they call.
Or who to call. That's the big thing. So I think the next one talks a little bit about, what do I call?
Right.
Or who do I call if someone is having a mental breakdown? So it's important. You can call 911.
Yes, yes.
The crisis is life-threatening. Just make sure to notify the operator that it's a psychiatric emergency, and ask for, if there's one available, an officer that has been trained in crisis intervention. It's really important.
Right.
That there is someone that can respond and knows how to deal with those people, and we can talk about that a little bit later.
Right.
And give them a lot of information.
Right. So that psychiatric emergency is a little different from other types of emergencies. And that's if, for example, if we have someone that's got a history of schizophrenia, if we have someone that's got a history of bipolar disorder with psychotic features, it's important to be able to share that information.
Most definitely.
Right.
Then talks a little bit about what are the reasons I should call 911. Well, of course, if you have any type of major health emergency, but for emergency or crisis situation with a psychiatric situation, so mental health, it's most important that you call them. So things that you can look for in that type of situation. So is it emergent or it's a crisis? So we can look at that next slide, if you will, too, Jason. So this is a lot of information, I know, but I want people to understand why you should be calling them and what you should be saying. So an individual that could harm themselves or other, an individual that is likely to do that, because there's a little bit of a difference.
Right.
Talking about that. If they've caused serious property damage already, so they become violent, maybe they're non-compliant, they're on medication, something has really triggered them. An individual is unable to care for themselves, gravely disabled, so they can't make decisions. They are at a point where they just can't really, distinguish right from wrong.
Right.
The caller feels scared or unsafe. This happens a lot, because when you see that individual acting out, we know that happens. And then also that there's a need for immediate action or intervention. Substance abuse. They can't resolve the situation, or they're participating in unlawful behavior, and we've seen that happen from that.
Right.
So just a few things that you need to know when you're making that call. That next slide will tell you that when you make that call to 911, it's really important to look at the scene. So where you are, check out your house, your car, your own safety is the most important. So is there a way to get out of there? Do not panic. That's the worst thing you can do.
Right.
Give your location, your address, your telephone number.
Right.
It's really important when you call the dispatcher to share all that. Give as much medical information as you can. It's extremely important. If you know that individual has a psychiatric background, that you need to share with them. They're on medication, they're bipolar, they're schizophrenic, they're acting out. This is what you can expect when you come to my house.
Right.
And here's the important thing. If the police arrive on the scene and they don't have that information, then that is going to trigger how they handle the situation. Give them everything you can.
Right.
So, and also listen to the dispatcher.
Yeah, let them guide you.
Yes.
Let them tell you what the process is going to be. And again, trying to not panic. It's difficult in an emergency situation. Try not to panic, but some great information about how to, what term we use is de-escalate that situation, and let the police help.
Yes.
So that you can partner together.
Exactly.
Lisa, some great information. I know you got a whole lot more that we want to share. We're going to take a short break.
Sure.
And so don't go anywhere. A whole lot more with Lisa Schilling and what we can do in a crisis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Led by a 7-member commission, the Terrebonne Port was created to assist our local industry in promoting economic development. We monitor government regulations that affect our local industry and work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to secure maintenance dredging funds. Because the HNC is the main artery for the heartbeat of Terrebonne's economy, Terrebonne Port fights a constant battle for funding to maintain the federally authorized navigable depth. We are now leasing waterfront and non-waterfront property. Terrebonne Port Commission, serving our industry to keep Terrebonne thriving.
Whether it's price, service, or selection, you gotta come to AJ Doman Chevrolet. It's our model year-end clearance event. The 22s are arriving, and we gotta make room for them. Can't find the car you're looking for? Let us order it for you.
And remember, no credit, bad credit, we can help.
AJ Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge.
Give us a call today or visit us online at ajdomanchevy.com. AJ Doman Chevrolet, the dealership that works for you. Highway 182 in Berwick.
West Park Climate Controlled Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secured climate-controlled storage. Open 7 days a week with professional storage counselors to assist with all of your storage needs.
I'm Tammy. Come see us at West Park Storage for all your packing and storage needs.
Hi, I'm Kelly. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access.
Hi, I'm Tricia, the manager of West Park Storage, and we would like to thank you for 16 years of great service, and we hope to provide many, many more.
We have big news here at Terrebonne Ford.
You can now get a $1,000 auto bonus cash when you order a new Ford.
This means you get to design the new Ford that you want. Color, trim, options, you design it the way you want it.
And your new Ford will get priority in the building process, so you get your new Ford sooner.
Plus 1,000 order bonus cash. Order online at terrebonneford.com or come see us at Terrebonne Ford in Houma.
This is Martin False live in Houma. We're in front of Hebert's Motel where water is up to the doorknobs at the motel. Telephone poles almost completely to the ground. This storm had some fury to it.
The following morning, Hurricane Andrew had taken its toll on Terrebonne Parish.
But the stick doesn't lie. No. That, you know, they said it started moving north-northwest. That was a jog.
It's a very tense day for Terrebonne Parish. Levee after levee has been breached. You won't know until it equalizes how many of them have actually broken.
And I'm just looking at that stick shot again. That center circulation has moved back on the stick, and Lafourche and Grand Isle to me are ground zero at this point. It's moving right up the stick, and that stick goes directly over Grand Isle and Fouchon.
Hello and welcome back to the program. Again, welcome back to Bayou Time. Your host, Keith Weiss, licensed clinical social worker. I don't use that term lightly. Joined by Lisa Schilling, licensed clinical social worker. And it's just one of those things that we're just really glad to have had the history and the training that's needed to kind of work together with law enforcement about partnering.
About partnering and about sharing with them information that they can put what we call in a toolkit to have when they go out and they're responding to situations like that. So I think, you know, in our first segment, we talked about how people can respond, what they need to share with them when they're calling. So let's talk a little bit about law enforcement response. Okay. And when they come out, what people can expect with that too. So that's that first slide we have. Police are trained to maintain control and ensure safety. That's their job, and we're very glad that they're on the streets doing that for us.
Absolutely.
And so when you make that call and you're worried about them overreacting, the best way to ensure a safe outcome is to stay calm. We talked about that first off. Don't panic.
Right.
When they arrive at your home, say, once again, let them know this is a mental health crisis. And mention that you can share any information, and then the biggest thing to do is step out of the way and let them handle the situation. Because if the more people that are involved, the bigger it becomes. Right. You know, people really escalate when they have that many people involved. You know that. Yelling or getting too close to the officer is likely to make him or her feel out of control. We want them to be calm because they're responding to a very serious situation. Sure. And you need to be aware that your loved one may be placed in handcuffs and transported. So it's going to be extremely upsetting. Mm-hmm. So they need to be prepared for that. So a couple other things that you can expect from the police when you go out, and that's that next slide, is they're likely to ask about firearms. Are there any available around the house? Assess the level of danger present. Make the scene safe. Take control. Use the minimum amount of force necessary. And they also, like we said, may detain and handcuff the individual, arrest or take them to jail, take the individual to a medical facility if we need to. And sometimes they have to use lethal force if they're forced to.
Right.
And that's what we would like to try to avoid
Mhm.
if we can get to that point.
Right, and just being aware that those are the steps that they have to take. That
That's their job.
That's exactly right, and they're simply doing their job, and they want to do it with the least amount of force possible. They want to do it with the least amount of conflict possible,
Exactly.
and sometimes outcomes are just not what we want or expect.
They're not. And, we have to be prepared for that when you make that phone call.
Right.
Let's talk about some of the things they also do. They can transport a person for you who wants to go to the hospital. They can take them also if they're involuntary evaluation, so they can transport for you, and they can go out and check on the welfare of an individual. So if you're calling and you're not in the same, dwelling with that person, but you know that they're having a situation, they're acting out, or that they've made threats, then they can go out and check on them as well. I wanted to share that because we utilize our sheriff's department, our police department so much to help us in all of our sites. And so sometimes they're bringing people in that we need to see. They've assessed the situation. They can tell us what what's going on to help us. Sometimes we call them into our clinic because we have someone that we need to have a physician's emergency certificate on. And so we need them to take them to a medical facility to help us out with that. And so they're very gracious about that. They know their role. They know what they're supposed to do because we've given them that information up front, which I think is huge.
Right. And that's the process that it takes place for somebody to go and be evaluated. When a physician says, I need help, we rely on law enforcement to get them where they need to be for further evaluation.
It's true. And so I also feel like, that we can't just expect our enforcement officials to go out and know what to do unless they've had training.
Right.
And so with our agency, and I know in other settings as well, we provide what's called crisis intervention training.
CIT.
And so it's a 40-hour class, so it's in a full week. And we give them information on how to deal with people in a mental health crisis, people that have been through addictions, people with developmental disabilities, how you should approach them, signs and symptoms to look for. We also have individuals that have come in and are what we call peer support specialists. So they've gone through treatment. They're on the other side. They're trying to help other people. They tell their story because I think it's important for them to be able to hear that and see that some people really do come out of this and can have, an excellent life and be able to, work in society, also with addictions as well, to understand that mindset because a lot of people don't understand. Why can't you just quit? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Sometimes it's not quite that easy.
Right.
And that's always going to be a part of your life. And developmental disabilities, I know learning how to deal with some of those individuals because they can be very violent. Because they become out of control sometimes, autistic individuals. So learning how to work with them and talk to them. We do a lot of role playing. This is this type of situation. How would you handle it? How would you react? We have mental health professionals there that are guiding them through the whole process. We talk to them about medications. We talk about individuals who gamble. That's all part of addictions. And so just to be able to have that information in their toolkit as they're going out and responding to this is huge. And we'd love to be able to have enough people trained on shifts that if something like this came up, that's who you're going to send out to deal with that person.
Right. Yeah.
So,
and so just, and again, it's that true partnering of organizations just for the best outcomes. Because we know those people that have that CIT training, they're a little bit more understanding of maybe what that substance abuser may be going through, what that schizophrenic may be dealing with, what that person who is just not really in touch with reality is dealing with, and we want good outcomes.
We want good outcomes. I can tell you just really quickly with some stats. Since 2013, we've started doing crisis intervention classes. We trained 263 individuals, and we've also trained 143 dispatchers. So those individuals are out there, they have the knowledge and skills, and we want to put more of them in the community.
Wow, some wonderful information, Lisa. We appreciate it. We're going to take another short break. But when we come back, more with Lisa Schilling and updates on what we can do in a crisis. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alfred and Priscilla Larpenter have been the foundation of what is now Alfred and Associates. Their passion and vision have been embedded company-wide. It's about making sure that our community is strong and protected for the next generation.
I have such respect and pride for our company, and I'm excited to bring new and innovative ideas to our clients.
It's quite simple. It's the mindset of our organization to protect you from life's hardships.
Your benefits are our business.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
Over the years, Louisiana's Cajun Bayou has seen more than its fair share of challenges. We're no strangers to adversity, and we know what it's like to struggle. These are unprecedented times. And while people will say this time is like nothing they've ever seen, we've heard that before. And just like all the other times, we'll get through this. Remember the good times. Remember Lafouche.
You Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a highly versatile company that will ship any size, any weight, anywhere. You Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is a full-service logistics provider focused on expert packing, crating, and transportation solutions. The local oil and gas industry utilizes our professional crating and shipping services that support their offshore and international needs. You Drop Shipping and Crating Pros is authorized and recognized to construct shipping crates built for exports. You Drop Shipping and Crating Pros, now at our new location at Capitol Boulevard.
Pelican Waste and Debris is your local company. We don't just work here, we live here and understand the unique challenges that face our region. Our commitment to our community and customers and love for Louisiana keeps us motivated. Pelican meets every residential and commercial service need, offering roll-off, front-load, and compactor services, ideal for hotels, restaurants, apartments, construction or industrial sites, and much more. We also make recycling simple and cost-efficient, offering single-stream recycling program options. We have set the highest standards for environmental protection, community engagement, and guaranteed client satisfaction. Visit pelicanwaste.net or call us at 985-873-9553 to save money with hassle-free service. Our team has over 100 years of experience, so we know how to make you happy. The sky is the limit, so fly with the Pelican.
Hello and welcome back to this edition of Bayou Time. So very glad you are joining us. We appreciate it, however you may be joining us. Your host, Keith Weissite, licensed clinical social worker, joined by Lisa Schilling, also licensed clinical social worker. We take pride in that. It takes a long time to get that degree and maintain it and to keep educating ourselves. And that's one of the things that's so very important, is to keep educating ourselves and the community about how to do things better.
Yep, and that's what I appreciate you letting us come on and talk about this, because that's the biggest thing we can do, is educate everyone on what you need to do, who you need to call when, and then also what kind of information you need to share. I know we closed out that last segment talking about how many individuals have been trained, and I'm talking about law enforcement professionals in our Region 3 catchment area, so Assumption, Lafouche, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, St. Mary, and Terrebonne. So we've had individuals from all of those parishes, police departments, sheriff's departments involved in those class trainings. And as I said, we have about 263 officers and 143 dispatchers. Dispatcher training is a one-day training, so it's a little faster and easier.
Right.
But I just want to point out, and we talked about this during the break, that some of these smaller departments, you know, down the bayous and stuff, it's hard for them to send one person for a whole week because that takes someone from their force.
Right.
So we need to find ways that we can make that happen so that we can share that information.
Right. Being as creative as we need to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And so, but there's certain things that we as individuals and family members can do to really identify what to do. And we've got a few bits of information about that we want to share as well. So go back to that slide.
Yeah, so what to do if you have a loved one that's having a mental breakdown. So you know, as we're going through all the situations we've talked about with COVID and with the aftermath of the hurricane, it really does affect our psyche. Mm-hmm. And then we know as social workers that it can take anywhere from 6 months to 18 months for those symptoms to really start showing. So things to look at, if you've noticed that a loved one is acting a little differently, what can you do to help them before it gets to the point where you have to make that call? Right. So encourage them to stay connected with supportive family and friends. That's huge. To be able to have that connection, get into that daily routine and keep that. Encourage them to stay in a regular daily routine. Support them in continuing any treatment that they are already on until they can get to their healthcare provider. Mm-hmm. So make sure you're taking your medication. If you can get on the group calls, do Zoom, whatever, make sure that that's happening. And then if it becomes really bad, encourage them to call a mental health professional to get help so that they can talk with somebody. That's the biggest thing that you can do, because sometimes as the person that's involved, you're too close to the situation.
Yeah, and we think we're doing a really good job of helping on our own, but we need that professional source that's not in the home or inside of that.
Exactly.
So who do they call?
Who do
How
they
do they get help?
So there are other numbers that you can call before 911 if your person is not in an emergency or crisis. So we do have our call line there up there first. We're local, 877-500-9997, and we have trained individuals, masters and licensed social workers and clinical counselors that can speak to them. We have peer support specialists. You just want to talk?
Right.
We can do that too, and we can help you through the situation. But we also have providers on there if we need to change medication or talk to you about that. National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Love this number, 800-273-8255. They're available. They also have multiple language. So I want to talk about that because we have individuals who are Hispanic and also other forms here in our area. So
other cultures.
We've got to be able to speak to them in a language they understand. Yeah. I love this line too. I've called it to see what it does. Texted it. So in a crisis, you need to talk. So this may be for our younger generation because they don't really want to talk, but they'll text to you all day long.
Yes, they will.
So text home to 741-741 to connect with a crisis counselor. It's free 24/7 support at your fingertips. So there's multiple ways. I've just given these three, but there's multiple ways for you to be able to get connected to someone that can help you and someone that can talk.
Right. And fortunately, we have all of our South Central Louisiana Human Service Authority locations that are available.
Right.
And so they can call there, and they often link you up. The call line can link you.
Yes.
That's why it's there.
Yeah,
exactly as needed. And so y'all are available. Y'all handle emergency situations during the day. 911 is for emergency situations after hours, but the call line is available.
Yep, and our staff, it's been our really single point of entry since the storm. And so those services have really amped up. And we've been, very fortunate to be able to provide a lot of information. And so that next slide, if you will, Jason, that shows also our resource app.
Right.
So you can just hover over this thing when you get onto our website or our Facebook page and download it. And it has multiple resources for everything you can imagine for all 7 of our parishes. So if you're looking for something, get on there. If you can't find it, call us. We'll be able to help you too.
Right.
But multiple resources for everything you can imagine.
So for the generation that enjoys calling, give a call.
Yeah.
For the generation that really needs to be face-to-face, come on in.
Right.
And for the generation that really wants to use the app, I love that these are all available.
Right.
Because there are people, I know people that don't even do menus anymore because everything is an app.
That's right.
That they can check everything out on their phone, and everybody's so connected. This is a great opportunity that shows lots of resources and availability for all of your 7 parishes. So it's wonderful.
I appreciate that.
In
Yeah.
our last 30 seconds. Go ahead.
They can also go to shasha.org. It's our website, or to our Facebook page. We put all kinds of information on there every day. Did you know about certain things? All kinds of things. And then lastly, you see all of our sites there. We are open. We are seeing everyone. They can come in. They can do virtual, whatever they need to do. And once again, our call line, I want to just put that out there again, 877-500-9997.
Well, Lisa, I can't thank you enough for taking the time to really come and spend some time with us today, but all of the hours that you and your team spend educating us and law enforcement about what to do. We appreciate it.
I really appreciate that. Thank you for having us.
All right. Again, Lisa Schilling, Executive Director, South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for being with us. Don't go anywhere. A whole lot more Bayou time when we continue.
Looking for complete peace of mind when buying your next pre-owned vehicle? Trep's got it. Why buy a Trep Chevrolet GM certified pre-owned vehicle? You could save thousands of dollars compared to a new vehicle. Most certified pre-owned vehicles offer a limited bumper-to-bumper coverage and limited powertrain coverage on top of new vehicle warranty. These vehicles have undergone rigorous inspection and come with a vehicle history report and maintenance history. So if you want true confidence, Trep's got it at Trep Chevrolet in Houma.
Will I ever see my family again? Do they even remember I'm here? I feel so alone. Do any of these thoughts sound familiar to you? If so, you are not alone. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority offers support, counseling, and treatment geared at helping you where you are right now in the midst of this pandemic and your own personal crisis. The South Central Louisiana Human Services Authority, helping people, changing lives.
Here's to the straggly ones, the first ones. Hey, I look good with this ones. The black, brown, red, and gray ones. The itchy ones. The ones grown by Dad. The ones grown for Dad. The I nearly didn't do it this year ones. And the absolutely filthy ones. They all raise awareness, raise funds, start conversations, and save lives. Because whatever you grow will save a bro. Learn more at Movember.com.
No law degree, no amount of experience can supersede the compassion that our firm gives to its clients.
One of the secrets is to always know your case better than your opposing counsel knows his or her case.
We try to carry those values that we've learned at home into the practice of law. And every client that walks through our door gets 100 years experience when they visit us.
Waits and Downer. When you walk in our door, you're part of our family.
At Big Wheels Travel Center, the fun and excitement are just around the corner in Bayou Blue. Big Wheels is open 24 hours a day and features 24-hour security, clean restrooms, and a wide selection of beer, soft drinks, and chips for all your needs. While you're there, visit the casino for daily cash prizes and drink specials 7 days a week. You'll get the feeling as if you're in a lush Vegas-style casino. Big Wheels also has one of the largest subways in the area. So stop by Big Wheels Travel Center, where everyone's a winner.
Welcome to Keep On Casting. We have a special treat today. We're fishing with Charlie Duke and Miss Dottie, his wife, out of Leeville, Louisiana, with Troy Robichaux. Charlie was on Apollo 16 and was the youngest astronaut to ever walk on the moon. So we're gonna get some great stories from him. Y'all stay tuned for another episode. Keep on casting.
Keep On Casting is brought to you by Thibodaux Regional Medical Center. Bronco Industries, leading the field in industrial construction and fabrication. Real Outfitters, proud to be the first family-owned tackle store in Thibodaux, Louisiana.
The main thing is you got to watch that carp because they don't take them long to steal their shrimp, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So, and when your cart goes down, the easiest thing to do is to start reeling instead of setting the hook because you got so much slack in your line with the little bit of wind we have right now. And you got a long leader, so you just got to watch we don't hook nobody. So what I do is I just try to make like a kind of a long, just kind of lazy cast, I call it. Just, you know, just start right here and straight this way.
Yeah.
And it's not much to it. All we're doing is pop it, let it sit for a little while. And that's it. We have a couple of us fishing with a cork. I'm going to have somebody else fishing a tight line on the bottom. to see if the fish are on the top or the bottom, and see if we can figure them out. We'll just go drift around right here, see if we can find some turtle.
It's good sashimi right there.
That's a big trout.
Oh, heck yeah, man. Get him, bud. I saw him hit it.
Where you on?
Way to go, bud.
You got another one.
Hooked up.
She's a fisherman, baby.
I got a bag of chips.
We went off of Waveland. We went off to Waveland, Mississippi, and everybody, the guy said, cast out there, and Dottie was just plopping it right over the boat, and she caught them all.
She told me that story.
I grew up in South Carolina, up near Charlotte, North Carolina. In my junior and senior year in high school, I went off to prep school. It's all boys military school because I wanted to go to the Naval Academy. And Lancaster was a textile town, and not too many people were going to college, and they didn't have a real good program for me to get in the Naval Academy, so I went off to prep school for 2 years. But it was a good deal because it was military, and so I learned to salute, learned to march, learned how to make my bed, how to say yes sir, no sir, polish your shoes. And so when I got to the Naval Academy, I didn't have to learn all that stuff. When I graduated in 1957, there was no Air Force Academy. So they would allow 25% of the graduates from Annapolis and West Point to volunteer for the Air Force. And so that's what I did. I wanted to fly, and I had a problem with astigmatism in my right eye. So the Navy said I couldn't fly for the Navy, but the Air Force would take me. And I didn't like sea duty particularly anyway, so I just went in the Air Force and never regretted it.
Wait, they said you couldn't fly?
The Navy wouldn't take me. They said you had astigmatism in your right eye and you don't qualify for naval aviation, but the Air Force will take you. So, wow. Boy, I bet you I've had 200 physicals since then in the last 60 years, and nobody's ever seen astigmatism in my right eye. So it was just intended for me to be in the Air Force, and I did fighter pilot, then got a master's degree at MIT and worked on the Apollo guidance and navigation system, then went to test pilot school and graduated from test pilot school in '65. In July and in September of that year, the NASA said they want some more astronauts. And so we applied, and 4 of us in my test pilot school got selected.
But that wasn't the first time you did.
Oh, Lord.
Good, Charlie.
What's up, Charlie?
Good.
This is a big something or other.
Another hit, bud?
Spanish mackerel.
Another big old mackerel.
All right. First mackerel I've ever caught.
They like king mackerel when they're small.
Yeah, they do.
Dude, whatever's out there, it's just chopping my line off.
I got some Spanish. We'll give it a couple more casts.
Throw it out there and it's gone. So Charlie, what actually happened on was it Apollo 16 where they had some type of trouble or something?
Yeah, we had a main engine problem on the service module, which is your engine you use to get out of orbit. And and he had to make a burn 1 hour before we would land on the moon to change his orbit so that if we had to abort, he would be in the right position for us to rendezvous. And so we aborted that burn, which meant we weren't going to get to land. And we were really disappointed, and of course. And anyway, we went around the front side, and Mission Control started looking at it and said, well, stand by. We'll see what we can do. And it took them 4 hours, but they couldn't fix it, but they had a workaround so that it got the engine, the secondary control system, back into operation. And so 6 hours behind schedule, they gave us a go for landing, and we landed. It was the last revolution for us, because if the moon was slowly rotating out from under our orbit, and our landing site was getting too far out cross range for us to make it, and that was the last. So it was the last opportunity we had to land, and then they. So we got. We made the landing, but that was the most serious problem we had.
Whoa, look at the shark. Wow. Look at the shark chasing him. Get him in, Charlie. Before the shark gets him.
Oh, no. I still got him. Oh, wow. Oh, he got him. Dadgummit. Man, that's a big, I'm glad I didn't catch him.
They're cutting my line as fast as I can throw it out there.
You know Grafton Dermatology as one of Louisiana's premier skincare and skin cancer treatment centers. Grafton Dermatology will bring your beautiful body to its healthy fullest. Grafton Dermatology provides advanced treatment for all skin conditions, repairing, healing, enhancing. Grafton Dermatology, defining healthier skin and beautiful bodies for over 15 years.
Whether your game is on the field or in the backyard, Thibodaux Regional Sports Medicine Center will help keep you safe. Winning is your priority. Your safety is ours. With advanced concussion testing technology, certified athletic trainers, and sports medicine trained physicians and therapists, we bring our A game. Because you can win it only if you're in it. Play it safe with Thibodaux Regional Sports Medicine Center, official sports medicine provider of Nichols Athletics.
Bay snapper. That's a Clem Robichaux yellowfin right there. Got to make a spaghetti out of that, guys.
I got one on here too.
I think we're tied up. Charlie, come toward me. Bring your line toward me. Yeah, I'm on you.
We're tagging it up?
Yeah, I gotta go on
There you go.
All right. I gotta go back over you.
Okay. Let me move up this way. Whoop.
Jacks.
No.
Another jack.
Looks sort of like a banana, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We call it the Jack Crevel crew. Yeah.
So we stopped here at this rig, caught 3 mangroves, too many jacks. So we're gonna ease out a little bit. Little bow ain't feeling too good. I gave him a C6 capsule. It bounced back. There he is. Another one.
That's a nice one.
Good one. I'm gonna hook you up and let you reel him in.
Oh, how long are you letting it sink?
I was kind of just letting it down until I felt it stop.
Uh-huh.
A lot further than probably 20 count. Troy fishes them. He's just got a jig head. I don't know if this fluorocarbon or just straight to the leader or straight to the line, but this is a jig head, and he uses a fairly big hook. And I've talked to some other mangrove guys that use a big hook also. They say they'll catch the bigger fish easier like that. Also, if we come across a cobia, we'll be able to get him with this hook. So just another little swing on mangrove fishing.
Okay, here you go.
Still letting it down?
Huh?
Still letting it down?
No.
Far off right now, I guess real tight in.
You got a
Hammer it. Oh, come out the rig, boy. Come out the rig. Oh. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Got it. You got one?
Yeah. He tagged.
You got the rig?
I said he
You
tagged.
got the rig. Yeah, you got the rig.
Hammered it.
Was he hung up on the rig? On the...
That's a nice one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a pretty fish. Get him, Charlie. You got to get him. He's trying to get in the rig. Get him out. Oh, that's a big one, dude. See if you can get him out the rig. Go. Go.
I got him.
You got him now. Got him out the rig. Good job. Mangrove. All right.
Right here, we're going to get a net on. There you go.
Way to go.
That works.
Good job, Charlie.
All right.
Got a good one there, Charlie.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, you
shit.
got a bait fish.
There's a bait fish.
Hey, keep that.
Caught him on the top. That's a good bait.
Good to eat. You got him. Get him out that rig. You got him. Good job. Oh, you got some mangrove. That's a good one. Yeah, perfect. Good job, Miss Dot. Good job.
You know Grafton Dermatology as one of Louisiana's premier skincare and skin cancer treatment centers. Grafton Dermatology will bring your beautiful body to its healthy fullest. Grafton Dermatology provides advanced treatment for all skin conditions, repairing, healing, enhancing. Grafton Dermatology, defining healthier skin and beautiful bodies for over 15 years.
Whether your game is on the field or in the backyard, Thibodeau Regional Sports Medicine Center will help keep you safe. Winning is your priority. Your safety is ours. With advanced concussion testing technology, certified athletic trainers, and sports medicine trained physicians and therapists, we bring our A game. Because you can win it only if you're in it. Play it safe with Thibodeau Regional Sports Medicine Center, official sports medicine provider of Nichols Athletics.
Well, folks, we have a special treat tonight. We're here with Mr. Charlie Duke. He was the youngest man to ever walk on the moon in 1972 on Apollo 16. And my kids are dying to ask him some questions, so he was gracious enough to accept. What y'all got, girls and boys?
Far away.
How long did it take to get to the moon?
In Apollo, it took 72 hours. So you leave Earth orbit going 25,000 miles an hour, but then gravity starts slowing you down, and they shoot you way out in front of the moon. because when you get to the moon, you got to slow down and get in orbit and then have enough gas to get out of orbit and back home. So that's why they picked 72 hours.
Oh, that's long. Wait, do you go in a rocket?
We have a 3-stage rocket. It's called a Saturn V. The big first stage was 33 feet in diameter. It was like 80 feet tall, 88 feet tall. And it had 4.5 million pounds of fuel in the first stage. And when they lit the 5 engines, we began to lift up, we began to move. And those 5 engines burned up all that fuel in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So 4.5 million pounds of fuel were burned up in those engines in 2 minutes and 42 seconds.
Wow.
And then the second stage ignited, and it accelerated you up to 100 miles. And then it dropped off, and then the third stage accelerated you at a level at 100 miles to orbital velocity, which was 17,000 miles an hour.
Wow.
Revolution and a half later over Australia, we lit the engine again and accelerated to 25,000 miles an hour, and we were on our way to the moon.
Was it your first time in space when you walked on the moon?
Yes, I only got to fly one time in space, and that was Apollo 16. And so if you only get one time to fly in space, going to the moon and walking on the moon was the top. And so I was one of the 12 guys that got to land on the moon. We had 42 astronauts then, but only 24 of us got to go to the moon. And 12 of us got to walk, of those 24, 12 of us got to walk on the moon. So we were the 5th landing, and we stayed on the moon for 72 hours, and we're outside for a total over 20 hours. The longest outside was like 8 hours.
How old were you when you walked on the moon?
I was 36.
Some people left an American flag on the moon. What did you leave besides your footprints?
Well, we left a flag, and we left all our experiments. We left our car, the lunar rover. It's still there. And then I left a picture of my family on the moon. I left a medal, a little medal for the Air Force. I was an Air Force officer, so it was the 25th anniversary of the Air Force. And so we had a happy birthday celebration for the Air Force on the moon. And I dropped this coin about the size of a silver dollar onto the moon. It was in honor of the 25th anniversary of the Air Force. I left my moon boots on the moon, my backpack that kept me alive outside. We kicked it out the door before we lifted off, so we didn't have to have all that extra weight.
Could you see other planets from the moon?
No. When you're on the moon, it's always daylight.
Coming in.
So the only thing you could see was the Earth. But when we stood on the moon, the Earth was directly overhead.
Wow.
And it doesn't move. It's always in the same spot. So, and you look up, and in Apollo, you're looking up at the top of your helmet, which was covered over, so you didn't see it. Now, I could hold on to the car and bend back and look up, and I could see the Earth. And the sun was visible, but it's too bright, so you don't look at it. Those are the only 2 objects you could see up in the sky.
You know Grafton Dermatology as one of Louisiana's premier skincare and skin cancer treatment centers. Grafton Dermatology will bring your beautiful body to its healthy fullest. Grafton Dermatology provides advanced treatment for all skin conditions, repairing, healing, enhancing. Grafton Dermatology, defining healthier skin and beautiful bodies for over 15 years.
Whether your game is on the field or in the backyard, Thibodeau Regional Sports Medicine Center will help keep you safe. Winning is your priority. Your safety is ours. With advanced concussion testing technology, certified athletic trainers, and sports medicine trained physicians and therapists, we bring our A game. Because you can win it only if you're in it. Play it safe with Thibodeau Regional Sports Medicine Center, official sports medicine provider of Nichols Athletics.
You got it. Get him, boy. Woo-hoo. Is that enough bait?
No, it's just a head.
You got it, boy. Get the boat. You're not fit. Brian, you fit right over it.
Yeah, I pulled it back.
That's a good one, dude. Get him, if not. Hit him, if not. You got him. Oh, yeah, that's a nice one. No. Where'd it go, Laura? Best time to eat.
I didn't really feel anything.
You didn't? Best time, bro.
Let's go. I got a man. Bingo. You need the net?
Yeah. That's a heavy one. You good? Yeah, that big shrimp. Yeah. Good job, Bocephus. You nailed it. Come on, boy.
Get it out? Oh, I got it. Nice one.
That's a good one, buddy. Oh, he tagged it. No, get up there, boy. Oh, I got it. Huh? It's a redfish.
Over there.
That's a redfish, but we're out the rigs out here. If you pass a 3-mile range, you can't keep them. So we'll release him back. Nice redfish. He fought good. Got it. Picked up. Letting the line out, and I got one. There's the net.
Nice.
There we go. Good job, brother. Good job there, Bobo. That's a mangrove. I think. Whew. Dominic hadn't missed that Kobe, we'd have a freaking bang-up trip. Hammer.
Well, folks, we had a great 2 days here with Charlie Duke and Dottie Duke. Had a great time fishing.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
We did too.
Thank y'all so much. Enjoyed meeting y'all.
It was wonderful.
As always, we want to thank our troops. Without y'all, we couldn't do what we're doing here today. And also heroes like Mr. Charlie Duke here.
Thanks, brother.
Until next time, keep on casting.
Oui, moi je danse avec les filles. Oui, c'est juste pour m'amuser. Je bois le bon Red Stripe pour me rafraîchir.
offering historic values for good quality vehicles. As many of you know, we are facing unprecedented times. As an industry leader in South Louisiana, Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet is not able to meet all inventory needs by our current market. We need more inventory, and that's good news for you. Come see our friendly staff at Trapp Cadillac Chevrolet.
Benefiting Louisiana hurricane victims, CMR Roofing presents Lee Bright, Randy Hauser,
Let me show you how.
and Colt Ford in concert at the Cajun Dome in Lafayette, Sunday, November 7th. Tickets now at RagingCC.com. Don't miss the Raging Country Crawl with Lee Brice, Randy Hauser, and Colt Ford. Presented by CMR Roofing, benefiting Louisiana hurricane victims.
Hi, I'm Orlando Williams, and I live in Terrebonne Parish, and I'm vaccinated. How about you? My father entered the hospital with COVID in its early stages. My daddy lived till day 13, and to wake up to a call at 6:45 from the doctor saying you have 2 minutes to get the rest of your family on the phone. He had to die alone. I made it my mission to make sure no other family had to feel this.
Welcome back. We've missed you. We know it's been tough. Because rebuilding your business isn't for the faint of heart. Your business needs a jump start. And we're here to help. Introducing Surge, symmetrical speed fiber internet from eTel Business. Revved up data speeds at 30% off, plus 3 months free. We're glad you're back, and we're here to make your business surge.
Over the years, Louisiana's Cajun Bayou has seen more than its fair share of challenges. In fact, some of the first people to settle along the bayou, the Acadians, were folks that had been expelled from their home country and left to fend for themselves. We're no strangers to adversity, and we know what it's like to struggle. These are unprecedented times, and while people will say this time is like nothing they've ever seen, we've heard that before, and it's likely we'll hear it again. And just like all the other times, we'll get through this. And when we do, we're gonna have a good time, just like we always do.
You gotta love that mellow music on Good Vibes. And joining us once again, we always look forward to having Debbie Cox DeNova with us. There you see her.
Hi.
How you doing, Debbie?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Hi, good.
Good.
Going on these news stories and seeing a lot of people and the devastation they've been through, you can tell that most people are trying to put their best foot forward. They're trying to get mentally transformed into a new way of thinking.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's difficult to get there, but they're trying.
Yes.
What do we call that?
I call it toxic positivity. And this is one of my favorite topics to talk about because it's very pervasive. And I get a lot of people in my coaching sessions and my workshops who ask me, how can I bring higher vibrations to my life? I'm in such a low vibration place right now. How do I get to a place where I'm actually experiencing more light, more higher vibrations when I'm so far away from that? Now, we are, through a number of different environments, taught a counterintuitive idea to what I'm about to talk about today. And that's this idea that is, if you want more light, if you want more positivity, you just need to be more positive. You need to smile more. You need to look on the brighter side. You need to avoid what's negative and look at the positive, okay? So there's a huge problem with this when you really want authentic light vibration, if you want authentic positivity in your life, okay? So I say good vibes only is a very toxic idea when you really need to put your attention on darkness. And what I've found and what science has found is that a person's ability to hold light in their lives, to have higher vibrations in their life, is really contingent on their ability to sit with darkness. Okay, there's something called shadow work in the positive psychology world, and if you hear shadow work, you might think it sounds like a malevolent idea.
Mm-hmm.
But shadow work really is about putting your awareness, your attention on the stuff that your conscious mind doesn't want to think about. So there's a lot of things that happen along the way through the process of being a human being, where there are small and large traumas that happen. And we make decisions in those times that have us often feel like parts of ourselves, aspects of ourselves are inappropriate, unacceptable, and so we kind of push them behind us, okay? We push them into a space of unawareness, but they don't go away. So energetically, they're still there. Energetically, they're trying to get our attention because our body and our mind, our emotions, all want to go to a course corrective action.
Yeah.
So just like when you reach out and touch a hot stove, you get that ping of pain in your body that tells you this is not beneficial to the body. Those negative emotions that we feel are also a ping, like asking us to put our awareness on something in order to bring us to an actual, more beneficial place. And if you're of the belief that you have to ignore those negative feelings and slap on a happy face, you're going to actually reinforce the lower vibrations. It's going to get louder and louder to get your attention. And eventually, you'll end up with something much more attention-grabbing, potentially devastating, catastrophic in your life. So that your awareness has to be on it so it can heal.
Let me tell you what I do. Before the storm hit, I walked outside and I looked at everything the way it was.
Yeah.
And I said, come 48 hours, it's not going to look the same.
Yeah.
So I embraced the fact that it was going to change. Now I look at it and go, well, this really sucks, all this damage, but I envision the way it used to look.
Yeah.
And it takes me to, sometimes I smile.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It gets you past the hump.
It definitely gets you past the hump. And if you really think about it, so this is the difference again between coping and correcting. Coping is sort of like, let me, in a lot of spiritual practices, it's about transcending what actually is, like bringing yourself mentally and emotionally to another place. So you're sort of escaping the reality. And we've got a lot of modalities for escape now. You can go to your phone, you can go to your television, you can drink, you can eat, you can shop, you can do a lot of different things to escape the reality of what is. But there is an objective reality that often needs our attention. So for an example, if you've got a Cat 5 hurricane coming, right, and you're in your small home and you see a tornado coming, a person who might be prone to extreme transcendental work might be like, no, I'm going to drop into meditation. This is not happening. Yeah. Everything is fine. Doesn't change the objective reality that a tornado is coming, right? So in order for him to actually take action in a way that's actually going to be beneficial to him, he has to face the fact that a tornado is headed his way. Right. Same thing can be said for after the storm passes, right? Imagine a house where the person is so committed to creating their own reality that they paper up the walls and or the windows, and they create a dark space for themselves. There's water damage on the inside, but they can't see it now, right? And so now they can tell themselves, everything's fine here. It doesn't stop the fact that there's mold growing on the inside of their home. They may not be able to see it. And it may be super uncomfortable to tear the paper from the windows, let the light in, and actually look at the damage that's been caused. But the moment they do that and they're willing to go through the discomfort of what actually is, they become empowered to actually do something about it so that they can change the objective reality and they can create an environment around themselves that's supportive of the actual high vibrations that they're committed to.
And what we'll do in the next segment, some people do that very well, and they go about it quicker than other people. We'll talk about why people have different timelines to get their mind ready to do that, so that'll be interesting. All right, we'll take a short break. More with Good Vibes with Debbie Cox DeNova right after the break. Don't go away.
Hi folks, Chris Rouse with Terrebonne Lincoln. Lincoln is pulling out all the stops when you place an order for your new Lincoln. You will get your first month payment on Lincoln. That's right, get payment assistance for your first month on your new Lincoln. Why wait for inventory? Design the new Lincoln that you want, from color to trim to options. Plus, your new Lincoln will get priority in the building process. So come get your first month on Lincoln and order your new Lincoln at Terrebonne Lincoln in Homer, or shop online at terrebonnelincoln.com.
Bacteria and germs run rampant in the air that surrounds us. It's more important than ever to keep our surroundings clean. Introducing BioPure. Specializing in commercial and residential disinfection applications, BioPure's advanced treatment process allows them to disinfect more surfaces quickly and effectively, with no inconvenience to staff or family members. Let BioPure help you create a better environment for everyone. Call for your free consultation today at 985-322-3003.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Alford, your host for To Your Health with Terrebonne General Health System. Our weekly show provides the latest in healthcare specialties only offered by Terrebonne General. Join us each Wednesday at 7 p.m. to stay up to date with the latest innovations in health. Terrebonne General provides healthcare breakthroughs in cardiology, cancer care, women's health, health and wellness, and much more. You don't want to miss our next To Your Health. See you then.
If your child is suffering from recurrent croupy cough, bronchitis, reactive airway, or persistent asthma that's difficult to control, please listen carefully. Your child may be suffering from adenoid sinus bronchial asthma syndrome, as we now know that undetected or uncontrolled infection in the upper airway can affect the lower respiratory tract. If this is happening to your child, please call us for an evaluation.
Whether it's price, service, or selection, you gotta come to AJ Doman Chevrolet. It's our model year-end clearance event. The 22s are arriving and we gotta make room for them. Can't find the car you're looking for? Let us order it for you.
And remember, no credit, bad credit, we can help.
AJ Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge.
Give us a call today or visit us online at ajdomanchevy.com. AJ Doman Chevrolet, the dealership that works for you. Highway 182 in Berwick.
Are you looking for a new or used vehicle? Well, come check us out at Barker Honda because we get new, updated inventory daily.
We're offering top dollar for your trade.
Give us the opportunity to buy your car.
We offer new and used financing.
Come check out our award-winning trucks.
For cars, trucks, SUVs, come check us out.
Our sales specialists can help find the vehicle just for you.
We're getting new inventory daily.
Come down and see us on Martin Luther King Boulevard in Holman. Always remember,
it's better at Barker.
All right, we continue our discussion with Ms. Debbie Cox-DeNova. Good Vibes is our program. And as we were talking in the first segment, you were telling me about people that get into motion or some people that don't get into motion. But there's those types of people that the minute the storm was over, clean, get stuff done, get it out to the street, get it moving. They're processing while they're working.
Yeah.
There's others that go, I can't handle this. I'm going to sit here for 3 weeks. I'm going to drink my Blue Moon with an orange in it until I feel like I'm ready to get going.
Yeah.
I guess it would be okay on both sides, huh?
Absolutely. There's nothing good, bad, right, or wrong, or either way. It's about what you want to produce in your life at the end of the day. So those people who are okay with destabilizing for the moment, who are committed to radical honesty in their lives, they're the ones who are going to they're going to be empowered to make the change faster. You know, it's the difference between, a monk who sits on a park bench and meditates all day and someone who looks and sees, these are the problems in the world, what can I do to actually get moving and getting forward? And it's really important, I think, for everyone at home to understand that when you put on a positive face and there is something going on in the background that you're avoiding, it actually strengthens that experience. And so, and the experience of not wanting to look is avoidance, it's suppression, it's denial. These are all fear-based ideas. So if you look at any of the emotional scales, so there's a scale that, and there are a number of scales that'll help you guide through your emotional systems. The love-based emotions are higher vibration, they're more expansive. We're talking about love, compassion, joy, all of these things that we hold that are beneficial to the human experience. And then on the bottom is the fear-based stuff, right? This is the anger, the sadness, all of the things that we try to avoid if we're in toxic positivity. Now, the experience of denial and suppression and resistance are fear-based energies. You're feeding fear into the experience, and you're actually causing more of what you fear. And it's like holding down a bunch of beach balls below the surface of the water. You know, you're holding out, and the other, no, this is not true, this is not true. At some point in time, those beach balls are going to pop up with the same level of force that you're using to hold it down. And I love to use this analogy, and everybody's seen something like this, where there's a couple, and one of them is unfaithful to the other, right? Everybody knows it, but perhaps, let's just say in this instance, like it's the wife who's being cheated on by the husband. They have this big life, they have kids, they have all of this stuff that has her committed to the idea that everything is good here, everything is fine, because the looking at what actually is would be so destabilizing that it might actually challenge her. It'll definitely challenge her comfort. It'll challenge her identity. It'll challenge so much about her world that she avoids that discomfort by pretending that she doesn't see what she actually sees and what everyone else sees.
And
now,
she wants to hold the kids close.
She wants to hold the kids close.
Yeah.
And so, but what happens is if she's trying to gaslight herself, and we all know what gaslighting is, right? It's like it's challenging your perception of reality. If she's trying to gaslight herself into thinking that she has a happy marriage and that both parties are at the table, under the same agreement, and they're still keeping their commitment, then eventually it doesn't change the objective reality that one partner is not actually faithful in the relationship. Down the line, she could be creating a much more painful experience than if she looked right now and addressed the issues, whatever addressing them actually looks like. But first you have to look. You have to be willing to sit with in compassionate awareness of what actually is happening within yourself, what's happening in reality. You have to be able to look at what is in order to make change.
That's sort of like in an abusive relationship too.
Yeah.
You got to acknowledge that that person is beating on me, so to speak.
Exactly.
Mentally or physically.
Absolutely. Because again, and there's so many examples of this. It's, and we do this collectively too, so we'll do it on an individual level, but collectively we'll come to agreements of gaslighting as well. And the reality is that if something destructive is actually happening on the objective level, and we're transcending it by saying, nope, I'm just distracted, I'm gonna be on my phone, or we're gonna all be in agreement that this is not happening. Again, it allows something destructive to continue forth. So we get these pings within ourselves. We get low-level inflammation in our body before a disease happens. We get discomfort within ourselves. There's a little intuitive hit when someone is not good for us, right? And if we don't honor these things, if we don't look and actually do something about it, over time, it's a drip, drip, drip. It becomes much more destructive over time. So the people who are able to move through crisis, who are able to make change really quickly, they are the types of people who are willing to look at the darkness in order to be more committed to the light and truth and reality. Instead of doing the heavy lifting work of having to transcend everything that doesn't feel good or doesn't look right on this plane, why not just look and say, I am the type of person who's going to be able to handle this, whatever it actually is.
So the whole time you're talking, I'm thinking to myself on that last statement you made, listen to your gut. Your gut, it's an expression, but it's really reality, isn't it?
It really is. It really is. And for a lot of people, if you've been gaslighting yourself for a long time, it may take a little bit to start trusting yourself again. Because there's the experience of trauma that sometimes creates us as being like, beat puppies or something like that. Yeah. That's not the same thing as your intuitive guidance.
Well, I'm used to being hurt. I'm okay with it. I'll stay here.
Right. It's a protective mechanism. So we get to start tuning into ourselves and really start to learn the difference between our trauma and our intuitive guidance. And when we start trusting into the intuitive guidance, we understand that we're going to be okay regardless, that it's going to be fine. We can actually sit with what is and move through the emotions, because emotions want to move. It's a scale. So you're coming at you're down here and you're feeling powerless, right? It's a long jump to joy. But you can, once you start facing it, you can start one rung at a time, moving up the scale, moving up the ladder to the higher vibrations. You cannot do that if you're in resistance to where you actually are.
And she is Debbie Cox DeNovo. Good vibes. Now you see why we have her on the show. It's great stuff. All right, we're going to take a short break. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
See you on the next segment.
Yes.
And we'll take a break. We'll have a lot more right here on HTV. Don't go away.
Broussard Dove handles business and residential hurricane claims. We have over 14 years experience dealing with insurance claims for hurricanes with proven results. We handled hurricane claims before Hurricane Ida and will be here for years to come after. We've recovered millions for business owners and homeowners. So if you need help with your hurricane claim, let us fight for you. Go to our website and fill out a form for a free claim review or give us a call. Broussard Dove, attorneys at law.
Here at South Louisiana Bank, we support our neighbors, the organizers, the helpers, the leaders, the dreamers. We support those that move our community forward. Louisiana has grown from the dedication, commitment, and loyalty of the people who call this beautiful place home. We are proud to offer our services to the communities in South Louisiana. South Louisiana Bank. It's better when we bank together.
Instead of using prescription opioids to treat pain, it's time to consider other options. There are effective treatments available like acupuncture, nerve block therapy, and electrical nerve stimulation that can reduce your pain, get you back on your feet, and not put you at risk of becoming addicted. For more information or to get help with an addiction, visit opioidhelpla.org.
Leg pain, swelling, or ulcers can be signs of vascular disease in the legs. This lack of blood flow can lead to amputation if not treated. Varicose or spider veins may also be signs of venous disease and are more than just a cosmetic problem. Trust the most advanced team of leg pain specialists at Cardiovascular Institute of the South to reopen blockages in the legs and offer minimally invasive in-clinic vein treatments. If you experience leg pain, swelling, or have visible veins, schedule an appointment with us today at cardio.com.
Whether it's price, service, or selection, you gotta come to AJ Doman Chevrolet. It's our model year-end clearance event. The 22s are arriving, and we gotta make room for them. Can't find the car you're looking for? Let us order it for you.
And remember, no credit, bad credit, we can help.
AJ Doman Chevrolet at the foot of the Morgan City Bridge.
Give us a call today or visit us online at ajdomanchevy.com. AJ Doman Chevrolet, the dealership that works for you. Highway 182 in Berwick.
Looking for complete peace of mind when buying your next pre-owned vehicle? Trep's got it. Why buy a Trep Chevrolet GM certified pre-owned vehicle? You could save thousands of dollars compared to a new vehicle. Most certified pre-owned vehicles offer a limited bumper-to-bumper coverage and limited powertrain coverage on top of new vehicle warranty. These vehicles have undergone rigorous inspection and come with a vehicle history report and maintenance history. So if you want true confidence, Trep's got it at Trep Chevrolet in Houma.
Hello and welcome to this segment of Eat Right with Rouse's. Always very glad to have with us our favorite dietitian, April Sins, registered dietitian with Rouse's. Hey, April.
Hi, Keith. Thanks
it's so good to see you. And look, you know, it's a really important time to talk about diabetes and Diabetes Awareness Month. You know, Louisiana leads the country in the incidence and prevalence of diabetes, and South Louisiana actually leads our state. And so we're really excited to see what you've got to offer for some really low carb and some really healthy concepts for diabetics.
Yes, thanks, Keith, for those statistics. Yes, it's really, really important. And what's good about Diabetes Awareness Month in November is it gives us an opportunity for us to remember to pay attention to our health, and then also learn about the risks and the symptoms associated with diabetes. Reading food labels and looking at our ingredients, turning those packages around and looking at those nutrition facts, looking at the total carbohydrates and maybe the added sugars. Those are a couple of things that people may want to look at whenever they're looking at those nutrition facts. So there are some products that have replaced the sugar with alternative sweeteners, and those are to help reduce the added sugar content. And then Rouse's has a host of sugar-free, low carbohydrate, and reduced sugar products. If you're looking for some more information about diabetes, you can always look at the American Diabetes Association, diabetes.org. So I have a few ideas of, I said, you know what, I'm going to give a breakfast example, a lunch example. I mean, breakfast, lunch, and a dessert. And so I thought this might be fun to use some of these fun products that I found at Rouse's. So one thing is to start the day with breakfast. And there's a cereal called Catalina Crunch cereal. The cereal has 0 sugar, it has 11 grams of protein, and 9 grams of fiber. And so it's really a filling type of product. And then you just pair this with your glass of milk, and you have, your protein, and you have no added sugar in this. You can top it with a couple of pieces of fresh fruit, and there you have a really great, easy, simple breakfast. I didn't want to overcomplicate it. So let's go into a lunch type of meal. So let's do this one. This one, I'm really, really excited about this one because I have had this before, and it is super flavorful. So what I'm going to do is I've actually sauteed, just sort of pre-cooked my shrimp and my asparagus just so that I could be able to make this a little bit more efficient to show y'all. But what I did was I pre-cooked it, and then now I'm going to start this back up. And what I'm going to use is a simmering sauce. And the simmering sauce is called Kevin's, and it actually says Korean barbecue sauce on it.
Ooh.
And so it's going to add that flavor, but the easiest part about it is it adds the flavor. I have not added any seasoning to my asparagus or my shrimp yet. I'm just going to be using this. I'm not going to add any extra salt or anything like that. But once you put this on there and you simmer it for a few minutes, then you have that flavoring on there as well. So I'm just going to add a little bit of this sauce, and it just it looks like a little bit of barbecue sauce kind of look. But what's great about it is that it has 3 grams of total sugar in it and only 2 grams of added sugar. So it's a really easy way to add some flavor because, a lot of our barbecue sauces and our ketchups have a lot of hidden sugar in it. So it's good to look at those things whenever you're looking at your different items. Another thing I want to show y'all is for dessert. So what I made was some cupcakes. I mean, who doesn't love cupcakes, right?
Right.
And so I have these cupcakes right here, and these are some vanilla cupcakes. They are made, it says Keto and Company. But what I like about it is that it says it's no added sugar. So all I had to do to make the cupcakes was add a little bit of butter and 4 eggs. And then I was able to make about 11, well, it's supposed to make 12 cupcakes, but I guess I probably added a little too much mix, but I added about 11 cupcakes. Now, for the topping, that's where a lot of us see a lot of added sugars is in the icing. So what I did was I took this jam, okay? This is called Good Jam. This is no added sugar jam. It has raspberry preserve in it. Very, very delicious. And I actually made a homemade whipped cream just by using heavy cream. And then I added a little bit of that no sugar added jam and to make the icing. And so it actually, makes quite a bit. But if you've ever made homemade whipped cream, you just use a mixer and just whip the heavy cream until it starts to form like a little bit of a foaminess, a little bit more thickness to it. Then you add the jam, mix it some more, and then you have a really super simple sugar-free jam, sugar-free icing. All right, So now this simmering sauce is really going, and I put it right on the asparagus and the shrimp.
Right.
And once you simmer that for about a minute, it's pretty much ready. And so I'm actually going to top this on top of some whole wheat pasta, and this is going to be a whole family meal that we can serve out of. It's really, really a simple dish.
Wow. So in our last 30 seconds, you've really been able to show us something to start the day with great breakfast option, something to take for lunch or dinner, and a great dessert option with lots of things to add to it.
Absolutely. It's just a really super way to kind of make, have some different variety throughout the day, looking at the labels, just paying attention, and just being aware for Diabetes Awareness Month.
Perfect. April, we thank you so much for your time as always. Wonderful ideas.
Thanks so much for having me today.
All right. And that will do it for Eat Right with Rouse's with April Sins. We appreciate her so very much. Don't go anywhere. A whole lot more local programming when we continue.
It's a great time to get into a new Kia at Barker Kia. Drive home a new 2022 Kia Soul for just $189 a month. That's right, $189 a month puts you into a new 2022 Kia Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
Domestic violence is daunting, and the psychological effects can do enduring damage. Obviously, all abuse needs to end. But how? The Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office is dedicated to ending domestic violence and helping those who have already experienced it. Our office supports many programs that educate and adjudicate abuse towards women. If you are a victim of abuse, call the Terrebonne Parish District Attorney's Office at 873-6500.
There are many strengths in our cancer center. I think one of the biggest is patients don't have to go elsewhere to get technology for their diagnosis and treatment of their cancer. Our treatment machine, the linear accelerator, allows us to pinpoint and treat cancers with more accuracy than ever was possible before. Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center provides leading-edge technology with the highest quality care and the best treatment options unique to each patient.
Renee is not an influencer. She's more of a groundbreaker. Just look at the way she's reshaping and reimagining her 4-acre slice of heaven. It's not hard to tell she's the real deal. Renee runs with us on a John Deere 1 Series tractor because out here, you can't fake a job well done. Nothing runs like a Deere.
West Park Climate Controlled Self-Storage is a state-of-the-art storage facility with clean, convenient, and secured climate-controlled storage. Open 7 days a week with professional storage counselors to assist with all of your storage needs.
I'm Tammy. Come see us at West Park Storage for all your packing and storage needs.
Hi, I'm Kelly. We also have parking for RVs, boats, and cars with 24-hour access.
Hi, I'm Tricia, the manager of West Park Storage, and we would like to thank you for 16 years of great service, and we hope to provide many, many more.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Ida, insurance companies may try to pay you much less than your losses or even deny your claim altogether. St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest of All are partnering together to help you during this difficult time. Our hurricane insurance recovery attorneys will fight for you and your loved ones. Go to myidaclaim.com for your free case review today. Never give up because your insurance company has denied your claim, and never accept a lowball offer. Let St. Martin and Bork and Hoffest of All help you weather the storm. Visit myidaclaim.com today.
It's a great time to get into a new Kia at Barker Kia. Drive home a new 2022 Kia Soul for just $189 a month. That's right, $189 a month puts you into a new 2022 Kia Soul at Barker Kia in Houma, or shop online at barkerkia.com.
Everybody, welcome into Going Public. I'm Harry McCullough. Today we are joined by David Rabelais. He's the Executive Director of the Terrebonne Port Commission. Hey, Dave, thanks so much for being with us. Hey, it's 2 months now. It's down the road, Hurricane Ida, but we're all still recovering. We're all in different degrees of recovery here. So where are we at with the port post-hurricane?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. I'm going to start by going back to before the hurricane, and we're going to catch up to where we are today. So we staged NOAA in the port. They had two vessels and the equipment with side scan sonar. And immediately after the storm cleared up, they went out and they started doing the side scan sonar in the Houma Nav to check for obstructions. They found some. They found 30 of them. And you can't open a channel until all of that's cleared. So they identified 30 of them. We got with the Corps. They came in with a spread on a barge and a crane and a tugboat, and they started removing them. And within 3.5 weeks to 4 weeks, it was all done. We had all the obstructions removed. And the captain of the port, Captain Russell, with the Coast Guard, he was able to open the channel.
Yeah, and they did a great job, and I know you had prepared for that beforehand and almost had those guys on standby to get them going. You're talking about 30 obstructions. That could be anything from a boat to a crab trap, but is that something they have to do all year long? How does that work?
Well, after a storm they do it. And then if anybody reports something, then they'll go out and check it and see what it is. But normally it's just after a storm, to find these obstructions.
Right, because they don't have to shut down the HNC every time they find.
And we don't want to confuse that with the hydrograph survey that surveys the bottom to see how much silt we have, and it's totally different than the side scan sonar. So. So once they finished with the side scan sonar, the captain of the port was able to open it, and then we got the hydro survey, so we knew how much material we had, and then we still waiting on the dredge, but it's right around the corner, so we'll get to that in a little bit.
I got you. So the storm impact, the Bayou du Large and the Homonav swing bridge, how did they survive the storm, and are they ready to go?
Well, they both rode it out flawlessly. Everything was great until a day and a half later, and they had about a 1-inch rain, and the bridge houses that house all of the electronic equipment that operate the bridges had roof damage, and the roofs leaked when we got that rain, and it messed up the electronics in both the bridges. So we had to go for 3 or 4 days with limping on these bridges. Some days it wasn't opening at all. Some days it were opening once. And it was a lot of boats needed to get out, and a lot of traffic needed to pass. Like we talked about before, we had all the linemen, we had all the the rescues, and everybody was on the road. Everybody coming back in to look at their houses. They had a lot of people it was like not joyriding, but just sightseeing. Let's call it. And so it was a lot of traffic, and then we had the DOTD had to deal with it, and they did it, and I commend them for it. So
yeah, they did a great job to getting that back. I mean, like I say, when you lose all electronics like that, that's not something you can just run down to.
That's correct.
And
Walmart, nothing was open anyway.
I was about to say, it wasn't like anything was open.
Yeah.
But they did a good job of fixing that and getting that up for both boat and for vehicle traffic.
That's right. It's critical. It's critical. I mean, you can have emergencies. On land, and you got to get across the bridge, and with the bridges in those situations, it was touch and go, So
well, we saw that down in Lafitte. I think this is the second storm in a row that they've had a barge hit their bridge,
right?
And then they had people actually cut off that had to ferry across. And so when you're talking about ambulances or in this case linemen, those kind of things, it can really they like I say, they did a wonderful job to get that back up and running.
And also the other problem we had with the Homonav was the floodgates.
Right.
The floodgates took a 150 mile an hour north wind for 4 or 5 hours, and they weren't designed for that. They were designed to catch stuff from the south, water and everything else, and they actually damaged them. They had to remove the Bubba Dove, and I think one other one, and bring it into a shipyard, get it repaired, and bring it back. It broke the hinges on the Bubba Dove. What happened was the north wind piled up the water on the inside against the Bubba Dove. The Bubba Dove's 25 feet high, okay? Right. So it took all the water out of the lakes and bayous and just piled it all up against that floodgate, and the floodgate finally couldn't take it anymore, and the differential, which the height of the water on the inside versus the height of the water on the outside, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like bad. It was like 9 feet plus 9 on the inside, and it was like a -3 on the outside. Okay, right. So it was crazy. And when it finally broke, all that water rushed out at one time and dug a 50-foot hole in the Homonav right south of the floodgate. So if you're looking for deep water, right there south of the floodgate, they had to come back in and put rocks and stuff in it because it was a deep hole, and they didn't want it to undermine the structure itself. So, but that's what went on, and a lot of people didn't realize that, and it was like we didn't know if another storm was coming. In the past, we've had one and another one knocking at the door a week later, and we had all these gates taken off. It was crazy, but like I said, Levee District took the bull by the horns. They did what they had to do, and they got them back in working order.
Well, we're in November now, so hopefully, and we've had storms in November, but hopefully we don't have to deal with that. So what's the present status right now of the HNC, the Homo Navigation?
So now the bridges are both operating at 100%. The present status of the